Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez, and we are not only breathing a sigh of relief, we are celebrating a great win, of course, last night in Iowa. What great coverage you saw right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network with our correspondents talking about the specifics of the precincts reporting. And as you know, President Trump won in a massive landslide. We've heard terms such as avalanche and others out there. So obviously a great win yesterday. We are here in Atkinson, New Hampshire, where President Trump will speak at 5 o'clock Eastern time. Of course, he's in New York right now, having to deal with what he calls, and I agree, a bogus charge against him. But he will be here in a little bit. Obviously, hearing a lot of naysayers on the left-wing media crying about yesterday's huge win. I was talking to a buddy of mine earlier who's taking a flight out to California today, and he said, man, the country's just fed up. And is that not the truth? The country's fed up. So what's happening now, it seems, as the mainstream media is aligning up with the chorus of negativity with the Biden administration, calling the president and MAGA supporters, which is a huge majority of this country, all sorts of names. We'll get into that a little bit later, but it's been quite the wild ride, of course, for us at Right Side Broadcasting Network with the correspondents and the camera crews and everything going through Iowa with that crazy weather that happened. I mean, the snow, the ice, the high winds. Barely were a number of our correspondents able to even get into Iowa, but they got there. And then, of course, that great coverage last night. Vanessa Broussard live in the main room where President Trump spoke, and Brian Glenn and Christina Bobb in the Trump war room, and Catherine Cipher as well. I mean, it's been quite a huge 24 hours. And now, next up is New Hampshire, the Granite State. You're talking 1.3 million people is the population here, and we know that there are 4 electoral votes at stake in the state of New Hampshire, and the primary, the first in the nation primary, will be on January 23rd. So we're only 7 days away from that big day here in this state. Now, a lot of patriots like President Trump here. As you've seen, if you've been watching Right Side Broadcasting, a lot of great coverage, because every time President Trump has campaigned in this state, even at the end of 2023, actually prior to the entire year, you can see boots on the ground. You can see the amount of people showing up in support of the president, but also the polls. So you've got the 1-2 punch. You've got the reflection of the polls in the people. So you can't just say, hey, okay, so he's winning in the polls, but there's not a lot of support out there. I don't see a lot of support. Well, that's just not the truth. The truth is what you see when it comes to, especially here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're showing you the crowds. We're showing you all of the people here in New Hampshire. Of course, it was the same in Iowa just yesterday for the caucus. There was a pretty funny meme out there, if you saw it. I know Dan Scavino passed it around on Truth Social, and it showed a guy that was looked like almost an Eskimo. He was just frozen. His beard was frozen. His hair was frozen, and he was still saying on the meme, it said, "Don't care, still voting for Trump." We have a lot to get to here in New Hampshire. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez, if you'd like to follow on Truth Social. But before we get to the next few segments, we want to tell you about our friends at Birch Gold Group. Of course, right now, the amount of countries that are coming against the United States dollar is actually growing. It's not just BRICS any longer. You know, Brazil and Russia and India, China, South Africa. A number of other countries are joining that whole team of countries that are coming against the U.S. dollar. So with Birch Gold Group, you have an IRA that can be backed by gold. You can have a 401k, tax-sheltered IRA, and a 401k backed by gold. So you can get that by texting Trump to 9998, Trump to 989898. And of course, dealing with that peace of mind would be great if you have gold as a backup to the dollar, especially if the countries continue to come against that dollar. They're trying to just use the local currency instead. So go ahead and give our friends at Birch Gold Group a text, Trump at 9998. A great partner here for Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now, the polls in New Hampshire, oh my. I mean, I just looked at one from Real Clear Politics where they have a number of the polls, including Emerson, leading 44-28 over the closest to Trump would be Nikki Haley. And there is a pretty cool Truth Social out there from DC Drano talking about Nikki Haley as well. We'll get to that in a little bit as well. There are just so many things going on in the mainstream media right now. If you remember that meme, again, with the liberal person on their knees crying and saying, no, that's what it seems like is happening right now when it comes to the mainstream media. They are throwing everything but the kitchen sink, well, actually, and the kitchen sink. Not only at Donald Trump, but at MTG, at Matt Gaetz, at the patriots of this country. Let's be honest. They can try and demean and act like the MAGA movement is, a couple million people, please. The MAGA movement is the high majority of this country, the large majority are MAGA patriots. Now, MAGA is not a bad word, of course. Make America great again. That's not terrible. There's a interesting post on X by a colonel that I'd like to share as well in a little bit, talking about the extreme names that people are being called, and he goes through a whole laundry list of things that are not even close to something called extremism or anything like that. It's not an extreme movement. It's a movement that just loves God, the country, freedom, faith, and each other. And we want our country to continue as 1776 and the Constitution, as it was written. We want the law of the land to continue. So it's not rocket science, right? And that's what's great sometimes about President Trump. He'll just say it how it is. He'll say it simply put, and it makes a lot of sense. Interestingly enough, the left likes to spin and lie and bring up a bunch of false narratives, as all of you know. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but that's what we're up against. We're up against an administration, and the mouthpiece of the administration is the left-wing media. Now, people around the left-wing media, I'll be honest, I'm here on the Media Riser, and even Brian said last night on RSBN about, he's working in the den of those of that kind of people. But at the end of the day, even internationally are here for coverage to see President Trump and see his speeches. But it doesn't matter, because the truth wins, and this is going to be, of course, a campaign of the truth versus lies. It's going to be an election of truth versus lies. It's as simple as that. And it's interesting to see the amount of posts on social media from MSNBC, from them to CNN. And even last night on Fox News, I was surprised to hear one of the people, I won't name any names, I like Fox only for a few people, including Greg Gutfeld and a few others, but that's it. The Murdochs are running that thing and trying to bring a lot of globalist information to the people through propaganda, acting like they are America first, but they aren't. Back to my point, last night they were saying, well, it was only 100,000 people or so that actually turned up for the vote in Iowa, and that's just not reflective of the country. And this was just interesting to hear that kind of thing. They had a nice fancy set, but I'll tell you what, my dad once said, he's like, hey, just don't be sold a bill of goods. Isn't that the truth? And that's what the mainstream media likes to do all the time. They want to sell you a bill of goods. They want you to think, okay, when you open up this gift that they just gave you, that it's going to be beautiful and a nice thing. Well, it's trash. It looks great on the outside, but on the inside, according to the Bible as well, on the outside, it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. On the outside, it looks nice. On the inside, it's terrible. And obviously, that's what we're dealing with here in this country with a number of people. Not everybody, but a few. And they know who they are, and we're learning who they are. And it's kind of interesting to see that as President Trump continues to work towards draining the swamp. So is Matt Gaetz, so is MTG, Eli Crane, others out there doing that. And then, of course, seeing Kari Lake in Arizona running for Senate. How awesome would that be? Senator Kari Lake in Arizona. That sounds good to me, and I know it sounds good to many of you patriots back home. Once again, we are in Atkinson, New Hampshire. President Trump will speak here at 5 o'clock Eastern. The program set to start around 4. It is snowing a little bit today here in New Hampshire. It actually stopped only about an hour ago. So there's about 3 or 4 inches of snow on the ground. There might be a little bit of ice. So I'm pretty sure, at the end of the day from New York, that flight coming here to New Hampshire, or if he's flying to Massachusetts, I'm not sure the flight pattern for Trump Force One, but pretty sure he'll be able to make it, and it will be great. He made it the other night, of course, in Indianola in Iowa. Even the night before, on Saturday, he had a few words to say when he was interviewed and speaking with the Attorney General of Iowa with a nice kind of smaller town hall when they were wearing the Iowa caucus captain white hats, which President Trump, of course, wore in Iowa for that speech just last night. It's a pretty cool hat, and hopefully we can all get a hat like that. That'd be pretty awesome. Once again, my name is Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow me on Truth Social, it's at Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow RSBN, it's at RSBN on Truth. Let's talk about Mike Lindell. Mike has been, of course, a great asset to this country in many ways. I don't have to list them all right now. But the fact that he was paying Fox to advertise, and then there's a cancellation from Fox, and whatever went on there, all I know is Mike Lindell's not going to be airing his commercials on Fox News anymore because Fox ended that. Bed Bath & Beyond, when they did that to Mike, then of course you go woke, you go broke. You stop selling the man's products that the country likes. And we have to remember, these corporations, I like the corporations in the sense of, hey, I can go buy something, there's a cool product, I want to buy it. And that's how they all, of course, got to where they are today. They got their wealth from we, the people. We have more money than they do, and we're the one that built their brand and played a huge role in letting them be successful. I have nothing wrong with a CEO or somebody being successful as long as you're not going woke. Because we don't want those kind of things. You're there to sell us, an item, not to promote a very evil or terrible thing. And I know that a number of you are maybe thinking about a few brands right now that happened in 2023. So hopefully the corporations are learning their lesson. Once again, back to that poll in New Hampshire, the Emerson poll, 44 to 28. There are a bunch more polls that I can look at a little bit later that I have. There's about 10 to 12, but all of them have President Trump in a huge lead here in the Granite State. Once again, that's 4 electoral votes, and the New Hampshire primary is 7 days away, so we're looking at January 23rd, right on the heels of a great win in Iowa. How awesome was that last night, America? That was great, right? One step closer to freedom to be restored in this great land, this country that we have been born in or have moved here from other countries through the legal process of immigration. Speaking of immigration, we know that the southern border is an absolute nightmare and an invasion right now. We know that needs to be shut down. We know that Texas is trying to do what they can, but then the federal government comes against them. It's a bad situation, as all of you know. So what we're looking at is a number of terrible, extreme policies that this administration has, but there is an answer to every last one of them, including Agenda 47. Each policy for Agenda 47 has a correct answer to put it into the right system when it comes to whether it's illegal immigration or inflation or our constitutional rights. If you'd like to see more on Agenda 47, you go ahead and DuckDuckGo. If you don't have DuckDuckGo as your search engine, it's a great search engine, better than some of the other guys out there. So anyway, you go there, just type in Agenda 47 or go to DonaldJTrump.com and check it out for yourself. I mean, he obviously talks about a number of these policies when he takes the stage at every event. He took it to the stage just last night. How awesome was that? To see President Trump flanked by his 2 sons, Eric and Don Jr., and the staff, the family, the friends. That's what's awesome about President Trump. When he's up there, he didn't go up there by himself and thank the Iowa people, the Hawkeye state, for a victory alone. He went up there with his family, with his friends, with his staff, and that's the kind of person we're looking at here. When I hear things like from MSNBC last night, unbelievable, that all they have left is to throw a bunch of negative names towards President Trump and the 100+ million people. Who knows? Is it 200 million people? I mean, at the end of the day, who doesn't want freedom? Right? And there's so many people around the globe that would agree with the MAGA movement. And the MAGA movement, again, MAGA equals freedom and justice. MAGA equals love. MAGA equals faith. You know, and so for anyone to say that MAGA is a bad thing based off of something that was lined up a couple years ago, you know, it's like, nah, a small portion of people getting caught into something, because if you look at one of the J6 timelines that's been put out by a number of people, including Greg Phillips on Truth Social and others, you can see, and it was, and in my opinion, it wasn't even biased right or left. It was just, here's the video, here's what's going on, and then you decide for yourself. And speaking of deciding for yourself, they want Trump off the ballot. You know, they want him out of this thing. But you know what? With God, all things are possible. And I know you know that back home, and that's what we're believing in. And we're also believing in doing our part. We got the balance, right? We've got God the Father doing what he can do to help any country that calls on his name. And then we have in this country as well still our constitutional rights. And we just hope and pray and believe that judges will turn to God, let's be real, and turn to the Constitution of this country. You know, many countries around the world would do anything for freedom. I remember running into a guy from Vietnam back in Pennsylvania, and he had a motorcycle, and he parked it, and it had all Trump gear on it and Trump stickers, that kind of thing. And he said to me in a bit of a broken accent how much he loved the USA. Almost had tears in his eyes when he was talking about it. We in this country, and myself included, have no idea, right? I mean, we have an idea, but you know what I'm saying? Like, of how free we are, how we were born into a country of freedom. We have so many great things. America, right? I mean, think about it. The iPhone created in America, the airplane, the telephone, right? A number of amazing things were made right here in the USA. It's not to be scoffed at. It's not to be put down. Yes, in America, in the past, there were misdeeds, wrong things, terrible things that have happened. But obviously from then, things have changed. Martin Luther King is one of the people that is a great man that did great things and great speeches that he meant. That's the kind of thing that this country is founded on, freedom and faith. It makes me think about a event in Texas, I think it was last year or in 2022, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And there was a lady that was being interviewed, right? And on her shirt, it said, "All Lives MAGA." All Lives MAGA. She also said, "Black Lives MAGA." And this person was an African American. This person was a black lady that loves God, our country, and President Trump. Whether you're white, whether you're black, brown, doesn't matter. Wherever you're from, it's not about the outside, it's about what's on the inside. And if you'd like to see that photo, you can go to @MatthewAlvarez. You got to scroll down a bunch. But I remember posting it. I really liked it. It was awesome. It said "All Lives MAGA." It was pretty cool. So let's take a live look right now here in Atkinson. We're at a country club in New Hampshire, awaiting President Trump. He will be here around 5 o'clock. It depends. I mean, I'm not sure if it will be exactly him speaking at 5. We'll see what happens. I mean, he had his, we had to go into the court case, of course, in New York. Then he's got to fly. The weather hasn't been great. It's been a little bit snowy here. So we'll see if he's here to speak right at 5 o'clock, but keep it right here to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us. We do want to thank one of our awesome sponsors, our partners as well, as we take a live look and zoom in a little bit at the stage right behind me here. That's a smaller stage right here, but this is going to be awesome. I mean, people waited outside for a long time in the cold. Now, if anybody's watching from Iowa, no, it wasn't as cold as you guys were waiting in, but yes, it's definitely still wintertime here in the Northeast. So if you're struggling with any back taxes or unfiled returns, the IRS is actually escalating collections. They're adding 20,000 new agents and sending more than 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. So in these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA have served their and saved their clients over, get this, $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. All you have to do is call 800-357-1415. So you see that information right there on your screen, or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. Don't let tax issues overpower you. All you got to do is turn to Tax Network USA and find your path to financial peace of mind. Speaking of peace of mind, that's something we would get if we have someone in the White House that is all about peace through strength. You know, we look at all of these things that are going on around the world right now. So many atrocities, so many attacks from all sides. And we are hopefully not going to enter into World War III. And we know that President Trump is not trying to get us into that at all. He wouldn't get us into that. And there are other leaders around the world that are a supporter of that as well. If you look at in the Netherlands, if you look at El Salvador, Argentina, Hungary, Viktor Orban. I know President Trump speaks about Viktor Orban, and I also remember watching a couple videos where he was saying that President Trump would be the right guy for the job. And, you know, to hear that from other countries, to understand that we need someone that will bring peace through strength. You know, it's not peace through weakness, right? It's peace through strength. And I was also watching the DMZ, the demilitarized zone in North Korea, right? Just the other day, I watched that video. Isn't it interesting, right? On Rumble or YouTube or wherever you watch your kind of archive videos, when President Trump walked into North Korea and shook Kim Jong-un's hand. That's wild. You think about it. President Trump has been to North Korea. That's wild. And the fact that he went there, shook the guy's hand, and I think if I remember, Kim Jong-un said to him, "I didn't ever think I would see you in this place. I didn't ever think I would see you here." And that's what he said to President Trump right there. What a powerful moment as the photographers and the camera people with the North Korean government were in suits, but they were moving around Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump as he walked over. And Donald Trump asked him, he says, "Is it all right that I come over?" And he invited him over. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, it's smart to be good to people, even people that have a number of things that could make the world not a very good place or a very safe place. I mean, talk about being wise. Wise as a serpent, innocent as a dove, right? So it was pretty awesome to see that. I know it happened years ago, but you think about some of these moments in time, and this is one of those moments in time. I mean, just yesterday, Iowa, talk about a landslide. I mean, it was fully red. 98 of 99 counties in favor of President Trump, and then all of the pundits who continually hate on freedom through President Trump and through the people that follow the Constitution in this country and the Bible, right? They were just hating on him. Authoritarian. If you look at the definition of authoritarian, it has to do with someone that is basically lording over the people and having them submit to their will instead of letting them have individual freedom. That's what we're up against right now. We want individual freedom. So when they throw these terms around and they go to full tilt on the left-wing media against the people of this country, including President Trump, including a number of people in Congress and senators that are supporters of the president, think about all of the faith leaders in Iowa alone. I've heard a lot of hate from the left about evangelical Christians and these white evangelical Christians, and they're the ones. What? There are people that are of all races that are a Christian in this country and around the world. You know, it's just like you're just throwing a bunch of nonsense and false narratives against the truth. And as we know, the truth will set you free. So it's like, okay, so that's it. So hopefully from here, what we do is in New Hampshire, we get out the vote. I mean, this is not a caucus, right? This is not a place where we go to a cafeteria or a library or a house like a caucus in Iowa and similar to Nevada caucus. But in New Hampshire, it will be a primary where you go on primary day, January 23rd, and you will cast your vote there. Yesterday in Iowa, they meet in that caucus, the speeches from different people that have a different candidate or whoever they're supporting. And then at the end, it's a paper ballot that they all sign, and then they send that information to the state. And that's the information that we were seeing on Right Side Broadcasting Network just yesterday. You saw the huge lead that was happening as well. Why don't we take a live look real quick? I'm going to get a sip of water. Throat's getting a little dry out here, but that's what I like about being out here. Authentic commentary from the heart for you, the people. If you'd like to follow us, it's at RSBN on Truth Social. So the place is getting a little bit more crowded here in Atkinson, New Hampshire. Now, this is one of many stops for President Trump over the next few days. He will be in Portsmouth tomorrow, right across the border from Maine, the lovely state of Maine. And I say that only in regards to what they're trying to do, only the few leaders there trying to do, but the people that are in support of President Trump. A shout out to you in Maine, a shout out to you here in New Hampshire. A number of you that are watching right now might be actually attending some of the events coming up. So we'll hopefully see you there. So we know President Trump won in Iowa, of course. So then from there, flying to New York, and then he will be flying here to New Hampshire as we are exactly 7 days away to the first in the nation primary. So let me get to some of those polls that I was talking about before, and I will read them off camera to you. So Emerson, 44-28, Trump over Haley. The USA Today poll, 46-26. CBS fake news is 44-29. Let's see what else here. I won't even read the rest of those polls, but I just know that, again, it's not just the numbers on the polling. It's you can see the people, not only the people that you're looking at right there on the screen here in Atkinson, it is all around social media. You've got all sorts of great Americans talking about being fed up with the current administration, but it's not only about gas prices, which, if you've noticed, I kind of noticed this. I wonder if you did too. The other day, President Trump was doing a town hall, and he talked about how low gas prices were when he was the president. And then now, of course, we're dealing with $3, $4, $5 and upwards dollar per gallon. Well, if you've noticed, some of the gas prices have actually gone down a little bit since then. And it's interesting. Why did the gas prices all of a sudden, after President Trump on national TV talk about gas prices being so high, they all of a sudden go down a little bit? Is that politics at work? Who knows? But we know what's going on. We know what's going on. We know who's at the controls right now. Just imagine, you're in an airplane and you've got a great pilot You want the great pilot. You don't want the pilot that's weak. You don't want the pilot flying the country that is not having our best interest in mind. This is the leader of the free world, this country is, and President Trump is, regardless if he is sitting in the Oval Office or not. President Trump is the leader of the free world. People still listen to what President Trump is saying, and the people are echoing that sentiment as well. And not only President Trump. Again, there are so many America First patriots that are in higher places, if you want to call it that, in business, in media. You've got the conservative media movement that is bullseye right now, right? It's right in line with what's happening in our country. And you'll hear on this side the truth. We're not always constantly slamming the left, and that's it. Like, yes, we'll say a couple things here and there about the left, but guess what? We also have things that we're defending. We're defending. We want our freedom. We want our Constitution. We want freedom of religion. We want to continue here in the United States of America with that in mind and the foundation of this country. I am hearing word as well that Vivek Ramaswamy will be here in Atkinson tonight. So Vivek, who of course on Truth Social, or at least on X, made a statement that he's dropping out of the race. He dropped out in Iowa last night, and he said he's going to be putting his full support behind Donald J. Trump. So we will expect to hear from Vivek, I imagine, on stage. We'll see how that goes. I know there was some back and forth on Truth Social with the president the other day on that, but we'll see how that pans out. So we know definitely, of course, that President Trump will be here. Vivek Ramaswamy will be here as well. Now, there was a great quote by Linda McMahon. She is with the America First Policy Institute. On Truth Social, she posted a comparison between Trump and other presidents. It said, what Americans were told, it said this: Mr. Trump would be the most reckless president in American history. That's what Americans were told. What Americans know, it says, President Trump remains the first president in 72 years that did not get involved in a war. That Truth post by Linda McMahon, once again, them saying this is what they told us. Oh, he'd be so reckless. Well, but what people know and what the facts are is that he hasn't gotten us involved in a war, and he's the first president in 72 years to do that. So facts over fiction, truth over lies, freedom over tyranny every day of the week. And I hope that the people that are Democrats and independents, those that have a good heart, why not become a conservative? Why not make that step to the side that is actually for the people of this country, that actually have a moral compass as well? Now, for those that don't want to, get into the moral thing or the faith thing, well, at the end of the day, that's what this country is founded on. Bible says all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. We get that. Nobody's perfect. Not an excuse to go and do a bunch of wrong things, but that's just facts, right? So we have something through Jesus that we can have forgiveness of our sin and connection to God for those of you that are in the faith community and those of you that might be someday as well. But the point to all this is it seems like the conservative movement and the Constitution, it kind of correlates with the Bible. There's a lot of truth there, right? So that's what we are believing for to continue here in this country. And of course, President Trump, once again, will be here at 5 o'clock to speak. I'm sure he'll be landing earlier than that. He'll be shaking the hands of law enforcement like he does every time. It's so great to see him take photos with law enforcement, whether it's the local police, the county sheriff's office, federal government even, the Customs and Border Protection. I remember that event in Texas when Governor Abbott endorsed President Trump. I mean, they were feeding the police and also the agents before Thanksgiving. I mean, you just can tell that people are behind someone that is strong and moving forward to do great things for this country. So we do want to talk to you about the wellness company. You know, Mark Zuckerberg, he's made his big tech billions by collecting data on the interactions of almost every human on the planet, and he's actually building an apocalypse shelter. So while that's unsettling and eerie in itself, when Joe Biden gets involved too, we all need to start paying attention. We never know, what could be next, right? The World Economic Forum right now in Davos, Switzerland, are holding that conference. And they're discussing Disease X. If you'd like to look it up, Disease X, they're discussing that, saying it's 20% worse than COVID-19. And, so we never know what's up the sleeves of the few, the globalist few. There are not a lot of them. There's not a lot of think about it. It's the people. It's kind of like this. It's the 8 billion versus the 800. That's one way my buddy said it one time, and I kind of agree with him on that, Anyway, so the point is the wellness company has this emergency kit. Whether you want ivermectin or hydrochloroquine to help fend off or take care of the COVID-19, that kind of thing, they have an emergency kit. And I heard that Vanessa Broussard actually, I know Brian talked about this yesterday, and Vanessa did too, that she actually got one of the kits mailed to her house. Vanessa, if you're watching, go ahead and give me a text or email and tell me what's all in there so you can let us know. Maybe send a picture or post it on Truth Social, because she was excited to get that. And a number of people are excited to have an emergency kit no matter what hits the fan, if anything hits the fan. We're not trying to do doom and gloom. We hope nothing hits the fan. We hope that, we get through this year. We get America First back in to our main policy with President Trump, and things get turned around from 2024 to 2028, and then who knows what next American patriot can be sitting in the White House in 2028. What a life right now. What an election cycle already. And we are just on to January right now and to New Hampshire, just after the huge win last night in Iowa. For those of you joining us right now on Right Side Broadcasting, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for joining us. If you'd like to follow me on Truth Social, it's at Matthew Alvarez. And go ahead and follow Right Side Broadcasting as well, not only on X, but the RSBN Truth Social page, at RSBN. Also on Rumble, follow the RSBN channel on Rumble. And also the RSBN newsletter. If you'd like more information and write into your email weekly, or at least at a pretty good rate, in a sense of it's free, but as a lot of emails coming in, you can get that by going to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And there's some exclusive content on there as well. Since we're on that right now, why don't I also talk about the fact that you can donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network. All of that coverage, many of you watched just yesterday, was provided by pretty much two things. One, the viewers, and two, our partners. So the more you assist financially, whether it's $1, $5, whatever it is that you can do, if you enjoy watching live coverage of President Trump's speeches, and today you'll hear from a number of other patriots as well. It's interesting because there are state senators and state representatives. Though they might not be well known around the country, these are still so-called politicians, but they are people that are standing up and saying, hey, count me in. I am for America First. I am for freedom. I am for another Trump administration. You can hear these kind of speeches, but also, once again, you can donate if you'd like to help continue the operation here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We thank you so much for that. Also, the authentic commentary, literally, I have not heard it anywhere in the mainstream media. When I was listening to Brian Glenn and Christina Bobb yesterday, and then Catherine Cipher and Vanessa Broussard as well the night before, the most authentic commentary around. It's awesome stuff. It's great. Because you guys, I know, are sick of the same old talking points from the mainstream media, and also the untouchable kind of aspect of it as well. This isn't about the media being so high and mighty, and here, it's more about we're here with you. We want to let you know the truth. That is the job of a journalist from day one. Unfortunately, the wrong people for decades have gotten to the powerful positions on NBC, Nightly News, and CBS News, and ABC News, and the BBC, and CBC, and Sky News, and Fox News, and CNN, MSNBC, all of them. All of them. Most of them are not for freedom. If they were, they would not be spewing the lies that we hear daily on these networks. So thank God for the people that are at those networks that might start thinking, I might want to get out of Dodge. Because on the conservative media side, we have people that are standing for truth, and it takes a lot of courage to do that. But once again, with God, all things are possible. And the word says, be not afraid, for I am with you. Be courageous. So that's what a number of us are doing. It is what it is, right? You standing up for what's right, but also using gifts and talents for the country in any way we can and any way that you guys can at home. So let's take a live look real quick. I did hear something from the team back home, if they can repeat that to me so I can know what they were saying. But let's take a live look real quick here in Atkinson, New Hampshire. Getting packed here. My name's Matthew Alvarez. We are live for Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back on the other side of the break. We'll see you in a second.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Welcome back to Atkinson, New Hampshire. I'm Matthew Alvarez here for Right Side Broadcasting Network. Awaiting the president to speak here tonight in New Hampshire, fresh off of Iowa. What a great win that was. So what we're going to do now is there will be a split screen for you to watch. Last night's Iowa victory speech by President Trump. On the other screen, we're going to have a live shot of Atkinson right here in New Hampshire. And then we will be also, I'll step back on in a little bit with more commentary, and then there will be the pre-program as well here in Atkinson. So what you're going to get, once again, is last night's Iowa victory speech, which was quite awesome. And then the split screen will be here live, the live feed in Atkinson, New Hampshire. As soon as there's anything that's happening in this area, we will be back on camera to let you know. But thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. President Trump will be speaking here in New Hampshire. Let's listen to his live great speech from last night in Des Moines, Iowa.
J. Trump. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Well, I want to thank everybody. This has been some period of time, and most importantly, we want to thank the great people of Iowa. Thank you. We love you all. What a turnout, what a crowd. And I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together, whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative. It would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world and straighten out the problems and straighten out all of the death and destruction that we're witnessing. That's practically never been like this. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together. It's going to happen soon, too. It's going to happen soon. I want to thank some of the great people. We have so many senators. If I go through every name, we'll be here all night, and everybody's going to get angry at me. But the senators, the congressmen from Washington, they came down from all different states. I want to thank you very much. I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having a good time together. We're all having a good time together. And I think they both actually did very well. I really do. I think they both did very well. We don't even know what the outcome of second places. And I see Carrie Lake. Congratulations, Carrie. Very good. I spotted her, I have to announce, because she's terrific. She's going to be a senator, a great senator, I predict, right? You're going to be a great senator. And I also want to congratulate Vivek, because he did a hell of a job. He came from zero, and he's got a big percent, probably 8%, almost 8%, and that's an amazing job. They all did. They're all very smart people, very capable people. I think most importantly, I want to thank my incredible wife, First Lady, I'll say former and maybe future. But more important than Melania, I want to thank her incredible, beautiful mother who passed away a few days ago. And she's up there, way up there. She's looking down, and she's so proud of us. And I just want to say to Amalia, you are special, one of the most special people I've ever known. And that was a tough period of time for the family. But she's amazing. She was amazing. So I just want to thank what she's done for our family, and her husband, who's home right now and very lonely. He's a lonely man, but he's going to be okay. Victor, they're great people, great parents to all of us, really. Great parents, but also to Barron. Boy, did she take care of Barron. That's how he got so tall. He only ate her food. And I want to thank my family generally. They've worked so hard, and they've taken so much abuse for being good people. I mean, good people. But Eric and Don, they really did. These two have been working so hard, and they have another job also, so they have to do it all. But they've been working so hard, and I know that Ivanka is home and Tiffany's home. They're watching, and I know that Barron's watching. Good old Barron. I said, "You're going to be a basketball player." I said, "Well, I like soccer, Dad, actually." I said, "At your height, I like basketball better, but sometimes you can't talk them into everything." But he's a special boy. But the whole family is just incredible. And my sister, Elizabeth, who's just the biggest fan. She's just an incredible person and always supportive. We love Elizabeth so much. Also, we have a woman who took a big chance. You know, in most states we have support of everybody, the Congress, the senators. We had Marco Rubio. We had Rick Scott the other day. We have, probably 55% of the senators. And now they're all calling and saying, "We want to endorse you, sir." I said, "Oh, great." Same thing with the Congress, men and women. We have tremendous, much more than anybody probably has ever had in this position. And we love them all. They're great. They're really trying to do a good job for our country. But one woman in Iowa who really stepped up was your Attorney General, Brenna Bird. She really, really stepped up. Where is Brenna? Come in.
Thank you. Glad to do it. We need you.
She stepped up. She's going to be your governor someday, I predict. So we'll see. We'll be watching, but she really did. She broke away from the pack. And she had tremendous courage, and wasn't easy. In some states it's easy. In other states it's a little bit more difficult. But we have really the support of the people of Iowa, which has been just incredible. Another man who was actually the first person to endorse me in the entire country. He's a state senator. His name is Brad Zahn. He looks like he's the most handsome guy, I think. Oh, you made it. He had to drive from his caucus location. You made it. I call him the Marlboro Man. Hey, Brad. You want to say something? Come on. Go up. Say something.
Well, I'll tell you, I had to actually do a TV interview bragging about you. The reason why I was late is because of that. But is he awesome or what? I am honored to be the first person in the United States to endorse this guy. The next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And when he says endorse, we're really talking about 2015. He endorsed me before, actually, long before I knew I was going to run. I said, who's this man in Iowa? He's a senator, a state senator. He's a good-looking guy, too. Doesn't he look? You could pay him and give him a lot of money. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for being here. You are so great. Comes all the way from Missouri, which isn't that far. You can't drive an electric car that far, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. The group of people that we have on the stage is just emblematic of the tremendous group that we've had. We've had such a great team. We did well. We were looking really good in 2016. And just to go back to the senator, he was saying, I said, who is that guy? Brad, his name. Who is he? He keeps endorsing me. He keeps saying Trump, and I didn't even know I was running. He endorsed me 4 months before I knew I was running, about 4 months before the Escalade ride down with our great First Lady. And that was Brad. I said, who is he? So he was the first one. But we have people that are so incredible. Your Republican Party Chairman, Bobby Kaufman, and his son, who is a brilliant guy, and he worked with us. And I will tell you, that is a family of real professionals. Matt Whitaker, who is the very talented and very good Attorney General. Where is Matt? He's around here someplace, and he's been with us all the way. We have a man that was very impressive, and I say there's nothing wrong with it. He's so solid and so good that he didn't catch on. Sometimes being a little controversial is good. He's so perfect, although he did break his leg during the campaign. That wasn't so good, but it sort of stood out a little bit, Doug. But Doug Burgum from North Dakota, the governor, and his beautiful wife, Catherine, and he got out of the race. What people don't know is that he actually supported me on the other side twice already, right? Then he decided to do it, and he was outstanding. But the traction is never easy, right? You need controversy for traction sometimes, and this guy is the most solid guy. There's no controversy whatsoever, and he's one of the best governors in our country, and I hope that I'm going to be able to call on him to be a piece of the administration, a very important piece of the administration. And also, just to conclude with this, the entire Trump team, and that includes my two boys who are really here all the time, whenever we needed them. Whenever we needed them. They are great, Eric and Don. And look at all these people. Oh, Susie, I have to say. And Chris. And they want no accolades. They just want a victory, and they want to make America great again. That's all they want, actually. They don't want to be speaking. They don't want to have pictures. They just want to do their job, right? I want to thank you very much, Jason, everybody. You're really fantastic. What a job you've done. Thank you. So we're going to come together. We're going to drill, baby, drill right away. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to seal up the border. Because right now we have an invasion. We have an invasion of millions and millions of people that are coming into our country. I can't imagine why they think that's a good thing. It's a very bad thing. I think it's a group of people that are probably larger in number than New York State. And we can't have that. We can't have that. It's not sustainable as a country. It's horrible. And they're coming from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over. They're coming from countries that most people have never heard of. And they're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're being emptied out into our country. And they're terrorists. Many terrorists are coming in. In 2019, I saw just recently on a poll, they had none in 2019, no terrorists. Now, I even say there's got to be some, but they have none. And then as soon as this group took over, they have hundreds and hundreds of terrorists coming in, known terrorists, some of them really bad. And many of them are in, and they came in, and nobody knows where they are. This is not a good thing. And we're going to have to deport. We're going to have a deportation level that we haven't seen in this country for a long time, since Dwight Eisenhower, actually. So I don't want to be overly rough on the president, but I have to say that he is the worst president that we've had in the history of our country. He's destroying our country. And, you know, my wife attended the funeral 2 months ago of Rosalind Carter, and it was beautiful. And Jimmy Carter was there, and I thought to myself, Jimmy Carter is happy now because he will go down as being a brilliant president by comparison to Joe Biden. He'll be a brilliant president. He's going to be known as brilliant by comparison. So we have to stop the invasion. We have to bring down our energy. We have to, you know, I say all the time, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation anywhere in the world. And we have to stop the crime, and we have to help rebuild our cities, and we have to rebuild the capital, Washington, D.C. I was there on one of the Biden indictment trials. You know, this is the only person this never happened before, but I go to a lot of courthouses because of Biden, because they're using that for election interference. And it's on things like election. And I don't know if you know, but they did polls tonight on the election of 2020. Do you believe it was honest or not? 82% said it was not. And we can't have that, Chairman. We can't have that. You can't have a situation like that. So we're going to straighten out our elections. We're going to do a lot of great things. We're going to try and go to paper ballots as soon as possible. Voter ID. One day elections. You know, we have these elections that last for 62 days, and if you need some more time, take as much time as you want, and so many bad things happen. We have to get rid of mail-in ballots, because once you have mail-in ballots, you have crooked elections. Actually, Jimmy Carter's commission said that a long time ago. We're going to rescue our economy. We're going to save our economy. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. There was never a greater economy, and now we don't. And when you look at what's happened with inflation, inflation is destroying. You know, they call it a country killer. Going back hundreds of years, Germany, countries that had big inflation are dead. They become dead countries. We have to stop that immediately. And we want peace through strength. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine, would have never done it. Putin and I get along fine. We get along very well. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. The fake news, which if the fake news would become real and honest news, 90% of our problems in this country would be solved. They would be solved. So Russia would have never attacked. Israel would have never been attacked. The Ukraine situation is so horrible. The Israeli situation is so horrible. What's happened? And we're going to get them solved. We're going to get them solved very fast. I actually said Ukraine. I know President Putin very well. I know Zelensky very well. I'm going to get him in. We're going to get it solved very quickly. Should have never happened. Would have never happened. Now you have all that death, far greater than people understand. The numbers are far, far greater than anybody would even think possible. You're going to find that out in the years to come. When they knock down these massive buildings in Ukraine, and then you see they announced 2 people were slightly wounded. No, many people were killed. Many people were killed. We're going to get it stopped. But it's so sad because it should have never started. People killed and a culture destroyed. You can never replace 1,000-year-old buildings with the most beautiful golden domes and churches and everything, just all rubble now. And it's so sad. Would have never, ever happened. And likewise, Israel would have never been attacked. It all comes from Iran, and we would have had to deal with Iran very quickly had the election where we, by the way, got, and I say we because it's all we got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. But they say we lost by a whisker, okay? But regardless of that, we're going to do incredible things, and we're not going to let China do what they'd like to do. I get along great with him also. President Xi is a very strong leader, and we're going to get things solved. We're going to get the Ukraine war solved. We're going to get the Israeli situation solved. But if you think back to that, Iran was broke. I said to every country, anybody does business with Iran, buys oil from Iran. They were broke. We're not going to let you do business in the United States. And that's the way it is. They did very little business, almost sold no oil. Nobody wanted to do that. That's a big penalty. And what happened is they had no money to give to Hamas and to give to Hezbollah. And in fact, there were a lot of stories at the time. They had no money for terror. And for 4 years, we had no terror. We had the terror ban. We had the terror ban. They call it the Trump travel ban, but it was really the Trump terror ban. We don't want people in our country that are going to blow up our shopping centers. Thank you very much. And we want a country of law and order. So we're going to rebuild the capital of our country, Washington, D.C. We're going to scrub those beautiful marble columns and get the swastikas off them, and we're going to scrub them and get the graffiti off them, and we're going to clean the streets, and we're going to rebuild the streets. And we're not going to have rusted medians through the middle that are falling down into the roads where foreign dignitaries from all over the world come and they look. And we're not going to be riding on top of garbage like I did just a month ago, riding on top of garbage. We're going to rebuild our beautiful Washington, D.C., and we're going to take control of it, and we're going to make unbelievably harsh penalties for people that go around shooting. Last week they shot 3 people. And every night something happens. It's so sad. And likewise, we're going to rebuild our cities, and we'll work with the Democrats to do it. I'd be glad to work with the people in New York. We're going to work with the people in Chicago and L.A. We're going to rebuild our cities, and we're going to make them safe. And we're going to give our police officers immunity. So every time they do something, they don't get sued and stopped. We're going to end crime in our cities. In Iowa, you don't know what that means, but I'll tell you, this is a different place. You don't know about crime. You don't know about getting mugged and getting whacked and getting thrown into subways, and we're going to stop it. And we're going to come down very hard on criminals, and we're going to stop crime in America. So I want to just finish by saying that this has been an incredible experience. The people have been, this is the 3rd time we've won, but this is the biggest win. They said, well, if you win by 12%, that's a big win. That's going to be very hard to do. Well, I think we've more than doubled that, I guess, tripled it maybe. They said, you'll never get over 50, and I just left and we're at 54. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with it, but they said, you can't do that, sir. I said, what's about the highest? Well, you could get into the 40s, maybe 40, 41. And then I look up, and, you know, it's very interesting. I didn't know they called it early. I thought that they called it at about 10 o'clock. My impression, see this gentleman? He's dressed like a wall. I love this guy. He's been at 150 rallies probably, right? He has the most beautiful outfit I've ever seen. It's all beautiful brick. Will you come up here? Just come up here. Come on. It's so nice to see. Come on up here. He's emblematic of what we did. We built over 500 miles of wall. We were going to add another 200 miles. It's much more than we promised. And we had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Look at this, man. Congratulations.
We'll see you again.
Really nice. Nice to see you, man. You take care of yourself, okay?
Absolutely will.
Thank you.
Take care.
I love that outfit. I love him. That's great. We love it. That's a hot-selling jacket, by the way. So. But that represents what we did. No, we built a tremendous, that's the reason. And we got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free. And we had Remain in Mexico, and we had Catch and Release in Mexico. And we did a job. We had the safest border in our history. We had the greatest economy in our history. We were a great nation 3 years ago, and now we're a nation in decline. We are going to turn it around so fast. It's going to happen so fast. We're going to drill. We're going to have great wealth. We're going to drill. We're going to use that money to lower your taxes even further. We gave you the biggest tax cut in history. And we're going to lower them further, and we're also going to pay off national debt. It's about time. It's about time. So it's now off to New Hampshire, a great place. We won it last time, and we won it both times. And we love it. The people are great. But, you know, the truth is the people in our country are great. They're all great. We love Iowa, but they're all great. They only want to see one thing. They want our country to come back. They're embarrassed by what's going on. Our country is laughed at. All over the world, they're laughing at us. And they want our country to come back. They want America, they want us to be great again. It's a very simple. MAGA, make America great again. And America first. America first is a very important part of MAGA. So we're going to put America first. We're going to make America great again. Again, Iowa, we love you. You are going to, you just go out and buy larger tractors and more land. Don't worry about it. And to all of the people standing behind me and all of the people in this room and so many great politicians and great dignitaries and friends, I just want to thank you all. This is a very special night. And this is the first, because the big night is going to be in November when we take back our country, and truly we do make our country great again. Thank you very much, everybody. Great honor. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And right there, of course, listening to President Trump's great speech last night in Des Moines, Iowa. What an awesome speech that was, flanked by family, friends, and staff with the hopeful soon-to-be Trump administration. And, 2016 to 2020, wonderful things were done for this country, and hopefully we'll get 4 more years of the same. Before we get to our next interview, or our first interview here in Atkinson, New Hampshire, I want to talk to you about someone that has been canceled by so many people, but who cares what the left does when it comes to canceling, because we, the people, and the conservative media will prop up and support Mike Lindell every day of the week. Obviously, all you got to do is go to Mike Lindell's website, his My Pillow store, and you can use an RSBN promo code to get off a number of percentages for discounts for Mike Lindell and his products. So obviously, Mike, a great patriot. I remember running into him in Robstown, Texas, just about a year and a half ago, and he didn't have any camera crews around him, and he was just shaking the hands of the American people, all walks of life, just great human beings that just love God, love their country, love freedom, love President Trump, and yes, love Mike Lindell. I actually posted that on my Truth Social page as well, at Matthew Alvarez. It's just a wonderful, wonderful video where I just used my iPhone and just got a pretty cool video, kind of a sweet kind of moment there that I'll always remember. One of my favorite videos here in conservative media. One thing I do want to switch to right now is the amazing patriots that are here in the Granite State in New Hampshire. Chuck Morse is actually running for governor in New Hampshire, and I can introduce him right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Chuck, thank you so much for joining us. Sir, talk to us about MAGA and the fact that you're here in support of President Trump.
Well, welcome to Atkinson, New Hampshire, and this is conservative land right out here. These people work hard for a living. I had someone say, well, I just came into a country club and I thought everybody would be in suits. That's not how it is around here. They're all Trump people. They honestly believe in what he believes in. They want the border closed. They want to make sure we become energy independent, and they certainly care about cutting taxes.
100%. Let's talk about the immigration issue. Even in the Northeast here in New Hampshire, are you seeing that issue here when it comes to illegal immigrants around the area?
Absolutely. So I went down south to Texas and saw that, and I said it was coming to our state. and I've been as far north in New Hampshire as you can go on the Canadian border, and we have problems, and we're hoping President Trump is going to close that border for us too.
Now, as a governor of this state, if Mr. Sununu loses and you get to be the governor of this great state, what are some of the things that you will take care of day one?
Well, Governor Sununu's already announced he's not going to run for governor. I certainly worked pretty hard to make sure we did all these tax cuts and drove the economy in New Hampshire. I think we have to go back and continue those tax cuts and make sure that we keep driving an economy here. We also have to make sure we close that border up north because we're seeing the drugs coming into our state too.
Why are you a supporter of the 45th president?
Oh, I'm a supporter of him for everything I just mentioned. His closing of the border and his making America safe was so important to the people in New Hampshire, and I certainly believe he'll drive this economy right back to where it was when he was president.
But let's talk about that a little bit more. Other than the policies, just in general, you as a citizen here running to be a governor, what is it about President Trump and also the MAGA movement and we the people that make you say, you know what, I also want to fight for this country?
Yeah, it's right here. Just look in this audience. These are all the people, when I was Senate President in New Hampshire, they're hard-working people in this state. They believe Donald Trump represents them. That's what they want. They want a fighter. They want someone that understands what hard work's all about, and they believe in him. And this movement's pretty strong right now.
What kind of any backlash that you've received being, endorsing President Trump from fellow colleagues?
No. Listen, in New Hampshire, we love First in the Nation primaries. We work hard, we go out, we talk to a lot of candidates, and then we all make decisions. But like the governor of New Hampshire just said, when this is over, we're all going to unite behind the candidate that won, and the governor's going to be uniting behind Donald Trump.
Amen to that. Chuck Morse, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Best of luck to you for the gubernatorial race in November.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for having me.
And he'll be one of the speakers here on the pre-program, correct?
Yes.
Yep, he'll be speaking before President Trump takes the stage. Wonderful to see, once again, I was saying that before, where you've got, whether it's a state senator or representatives that might not be well known, are still throwing their support behind the 45th president. And again, Chuck Morse will be speaking here in Atkinson at the Country Club here in New Hampshire. It's a very busy week for the Granite State when it comes to the campaign. Media from local to national and international media are following this campaign, not only for President Trump, but the other candidates very closely. But we know with what happened yesterday in Iowa and with the polls here in New Hampshire, plus all of the people, the boots on the ground of the support, that President Trump has a 44 to 28 point lead to Nikki Haley. That's just an Emerson poll. And the polls are probably, much larger than that when it comes to his commanding lead. As I mentioned earlier, it's not only just the numbers, it's also the people, right? You see here on the ground, hundreds and hundreds of people waiting in line hours before events. What drives the people to do what they're doing, right? They love the country. They love this man, Donald Trump, but also they want their freedom restored. And I think that is one of the major things that, at the end of the day, even in history, people love their freedom. And it's unfortunate that there have been leaders that would take that, not only unfortunate, tragic, terrible, awful, anytime someone in power would put their fist down on the people or their thumb down on the people to try and control them. And that is something that Donald Trump is not trying to do. That is something that the Netherlands leader is not trying to do. Now, in Argentina, it's interesting because Milei is awesome, right? Like he's a freedom fighter. But I did see that he's going to be speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos this week. So it remains to be seen how that speech goes and what he's going to say there. That will be quite interesting as we know, a number of globalists meet in the World Economic Forum. So we'll see what happens out there in Davos. Now, earlier, if you've been watching since 3 p.m. Eastern Time, it's 4:19 here on the East Coast, 3 o'clock in the Central Time Zone, 1 o'clock out there in the Pacific Time Zone. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I started out the broadcast talking about the amount of adjectives from the left, whether it's the Biden administration or the left-wing media, that they throw these arrows of words, right? We know it's an information war, so they throw the messaging at President Trump and at the people that are supporters of this country and the Constitution, and they say that that they're extreme or they're this or that. And I mentioned that there was a colonel, a retired colonel, that posted something on X, and his name's Robert Manis. He listed this quote-unquote what extreme is, the MAGA agenda. This is what he said: secure borders, fair elections, energy independence, tough on crime, save babies, stop genital mutilation of kids, put parents first, school choice, protect constitutional rights, put America first. And in that post on X, he said, "What part sounds extreme to you?" Question mark. So the left is into everything except for the truth. All they have left now is just name call left and right. And when they name call, they're all nasty about it. When Donald Trump name calls, it's funny stuff. It's comical every time he says what he says about other candidates or other people. He's just poking jabs. He's just having fun. He's just being himself, right? But at the end of the day, none of his policies in Agenda 47, like I wish if somebody that's on the right or the left, I wish that someone could just be like, let me just look at this and see what's factual. And Agenda 47, there's nothing there that is some wild out there thing or policy. When you're saying you're going to put constitutional rights first or restore them, that's not wild or bad, right? Veteran homelessness, helping in that situation with the hospitals and that kind of thing. I mean, there's so many Agenda 47 policy items that the president has against immigration, but immigration legally, right? Just not letting people in the way it's happening right now, the invasion of the southern border. So the things that I was looking at here is MAGA equals the Freedom Party, MAGA equals the Liberty Movement, and MAGA represents people from all walks of life and ethnic backgrounds, as we've seen, not only at rallies, but on social media. People are fed up with the current administration. I know many of you are as well. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you like what you're hearing, which I know a lot of you do because there's hundreds of thousands of subscribers, if not up in the millions of views, definitely millions, tens of millions of views since 2015 when Right Side Broadcasting began. Those numbers are probably even more than that. But the point is, there's a newsletter that you can actually get right into your email, some exclusive offers and content. It's great to see on the Right Side app or Right Side Broadcasting's website. But also there's an email that will have some information. Remember, it's an information war, so why not get the best truth in the sense of the truth into your email to read, to be more well-rounded in the sense of also having more awareness and more knowledge about what's going on in your country. All you got to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can also go to rsbnetwork.com/donate as well. Both the newsletter and the donations are obviously great. Think about it. Those huge media corporations, those parent companies, even of local news, a lot of them are not for America First, not for freedom, not for MAGA, not for Trump, not for the people of this country. They're actually against it. Why would they be throwing these stories left and right? I mean, I was watching a local news station. I'm not going to say which state it was, but it was pretty recently. And in the local news, they were talking about Iowa. And they were saying that a number of candidates, and they were showing all the candidates. But you noticed, or I noticed something, they didn't show that President Trump was leading in the polls. He wasn't showing that all the people coming out to all the rallies and the remarks and the events and speeches, they were just showing the other candidates, totally omitting the fact that President Trump did great things between 2016 and 2020. Fast forward to just last night, where the mainstream media showed all of the other candidates' speeches as well, but not President Trump's. So when President Trump had his victory speech last night, they actually took a stance 100% against it. So nationally and internationally, some of these networks censored. This is what happened. They censored President Trump. They censored 100+ million people to listen, and also those that are Democrats and independents. Whatever happened to, and now not all of the networks did that. I'll name them. CNN, MSNBC didn't. Interestingly enough, about CNN, I don't know if you guys listened the other night. I know a lot of you did, but President Trump was speaking in one of the towns, one of the campaign stops in Iowa. He was talking about Jake Tapper at CNN, and he called him, quote, and I believe I heard F word, not the F-U word, but fake Tapper. He called Jake Tapper fake Tapper, which, I mean, that's yet again a new name for yet another person that didn't allow, and you can watch this on X or wherever you can find it. You'll see that Jake Tapper's talking on there, and, you know, we're not going to be showing this, you know. They didn't show the president talk last night for a victory in Iowa. What happened to journalism? What happened to at least reporting on, hey, if Joe Biden's doing a speech, okay, you can cover that. If Donald Trump is doing a speech, especially one that's after a landslide huge victory in Iowa that made the liberal crybabies cry on MSNBC, and also, again, that liberal girl in the sense of the meme where she's crying with the beanie on and saying, no! I mean, that's what happened yesterday. These guys are just so upset. Why are you so mad? What's wrong? You know? So anyway, my point is, it's just really great to see that there is a true message that's getting let out by conservative media. And that's why President Trump has these great campaign stops and rallies and speeches. And that's what we get to report on here in the conservative media. If you switched over to, one of the other cable outlets, you're not going to get a full speech. You're not going to see the crowd. You're not going to feel what it's like to be in this room. And that's what was quite awesome about yesterday with Brian Glenn and Christina Bobb and also Vanessa Broussard, Catherine Cipher in Iowa, interviewing people like Eric Trump, Kimberly Guilfoyle, others. I mean, Matt Gaetz, MTG. It was just all a community event for the truth. We're not trying to pull the wool over your eyes. I'm not doing that. I'm being genuine, and that's what I think that you, the American people, like to see as someone that is authentic and genuine, and that's why so many people like President Trump. It made me think about that time that I went through Chicago and was at a connecting stop, and I ran into two migrants, because you know how in Terminal 1 they're stopped there and they're being housed in areas like Terminal 1 and around the city. Well, I remember talking with them. It was obviously the language barrier was there, but we could still communicate. And the one guy, when I asked him, he was from Congo. The other guy was from Venezuela. And this video is on Truth Social. It aired exclusively on Right Side Broadcasting Network of my interaction with them. And at the end, I asked them, I said, who are you supporting? Do you like Biden or do you like Trump? And the one guy goes Trump like that. And the other guy goes, Biden. And then the other guy that was about to say Trump said Biden. And I said, why? Because they let you walk here, they allow you in the country. And they said, yeah. And then I told him, I said, well, Trump is good. I said, Trump is bueno. Trump is good, trying to convert migrants. But the fact is, they're not even citizens of the country. It's wild to see what's going on in that southern border. Lukeville, Arizona. What an atrocity it is with the amount of people coming through the southern border. And we're talking all people from all different backgrounds. This isn't Listen, it's not about, this is not about race at all, 0%. It doesn't matter. If you have to have an ID to vote, well, hopefully you have to have voter ID for everywhere, but if you have to have an ID to fly in an airplane or to do a number of things, get a driver's license, shouldn't you have to have an ID or have some sort of legal paperwork to cross into a country, regardless who you are? So that's the issue, of course, in the southern border. I know I'm preaching to the choir right now, but let's talk about New Hampshire real quick. I mean, again, the primary is 7 days away. We're looking at January 23rd, the first in the nation primary here, right on the heels of a great win in Iowa. President Trump on his way from New York to New Hampshire today. This is after the win in Iowa last night. He had to go to New York for, of course, he calls that the bogus claim there. And isn't it true that the amount of election interference that is happening is factual? You won't hear that on mainstream media. Obviously, I know that a number of you watching agree with that, and that's what's happening. But they are trying to censor President Donald Trump. They're trying to censor the American people. MSNBC, back to my story from earlier about CNN, they weren't showing the president's speech. MSNBC also did not show President Trump's speech. They're trying to act like he's so terrible and the MAGA movement's so awful. Well, if you joined me just a moment ago, I read all of the things that are so-called extreme, like protecting our constitutional rights and saving babies or, shutting down the border. None of those things are extreme. Those are great things, as we know. Once again, at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social, at RSBN. Also, Brian Glenn and Christina Bob are on Truth Social and on X as well, Vanessa Broussard. And Catherine Cypher's also on X. And a number of other correspondents and others at RSBN are also on there for you, the patriot, you, the viewer, to just be connected with us. We're right there with you. Right Side Broadcasting Network loves the speech, free speech, loves God, loves family, loves you, the viewer. We're all on the same team. In one sense, we love the Constitution of this United States of America. And we have someone that would also hopefully win in 2024 and then take office in 2025. Right now, I want to throw it to a great interview just yesterday in Iowa. Eric Trump, right here on Right Side Broadcasting. Let's send it over to that.
We are honored to have a few minutes here in the Trump War Room with Eric Trump himself. And I tell you what, I've been across this state with your father for about 22 times since 2023 started up until now. I'm seeing a huge groundswell of support. And I think tonight people in Iowa are going to show up.
Yeah, I really do too. I think people are incredibly thankful for everything he's done. People know exactly who he is, what he stands for, what he believes in. And, he's fought like hell for really all of them. Right? You see America that's in total demise right now, and it's sad. Right? There's no family that loves this country more than we do. We fight every single day for it, but our economy's lacking. Inflation's through the roof. Prices on everything is going crazy. We just had a American tanker a couple minutes ago. You probably saw this, that just got hit by a missile over in the Middle East. Sitting there in flames. You see what happened in Israel. You see what happened in the Ukraine. We're funding senseless wars all over the place with hundreds of thousands of people dying. We've got a southern border that's an absolute wreck. Possibly 15 million people. We don't know who they are coming into our country. And, we've got real problems. People are getting crammed down. Inflation's outpacing wage growth. People in this country are finding it harder and harder and harder. And it's a mess. And last but not least, we no longer have a cheerleader for this country. We have an administration that barely shows up. And they really wanted Donald Trump back. The enthusiasm across the state's incredible. You literally drive around, you see Trump flags all over the place. You see Trump signs all over the place. You see barns that are painted, Make America Great Again 2024. This is serious effort to do that stuff. And I really think he's going to be rewarded.
I think so, too. When you look at the polls, he keeps going up and up. But one of the things that's really interesting, Eric, is that he's pulling independents into the Trump camp, typically people that were not engaged in politics perhaps back in 2020, but due to all of the things you just mentioned, they're now paying attention to who's running this country, and obviously independents are going towards President Trump.
Well, listen, I think so many independents are sick and tired of some of the issues that they're seeing, right? Which is, they're spending more time focusing on 6'5" men swimming in, women's collegiate sports than they are about, avoiding nuclear war, than, worrying about, economy that's faltering, interest rates on look at the interest rate on your home. I mean, these are quantitative things. These aren't kind of subjective, you can have two opinions on a certain matter. These are, look at the interest rate on your home. Look at the price you're paying for gas and heating oil and eggs and groceries and a 2x4 and, go down the list. I mean, people, again, are getting crammed down. Inflation is outpacing wage growth. People are making less and less money. It's more and more expensive to live. This isn't the America people, believed in. And, all the while, there's a total war against our Constitution, against our American flag, against our Pledge of Allegiance, against kind of the family structure in our nation. I mean, people just want to be left alone. People want to be able to go out and live the American dream. And it feels like that's fleeting so many people based on incompetent policies that were unnecessary.
Yeah. You mentioned the American dream, and President Trump often talks about getting back to the American dream. And I think his plan that he's laid out does just that. You touched on a second, and one of the things that I was in the Rayburn congressional room this past week in there for the contempt of Congress hearings, a markup hearing that they're in regards to Hunter Biden. You probably know Hunter Biden decided he would just abruptly show up, unscheduled, unannounced, to this markup hearing, and then bail whenever Representative Green started to question him. No one has probably spent more time behind subpoena and questioning than you. I think the American people are seeing how unfair it is that the Trump family is being weaponized or being attacked by our own government, and of course the Biden name supersedes all of that.
Yeah, and this is a family that if you ever take my laptop and go into it, you'd find beautiful pictures of my young 6-year-old and 4-year-old wrestling.
Sure.
Versus pictures of crack pipes and prostitution and all sorts of other kind of illicit things and shady deals all around the world, right? I mean, it is horrible. I think people do realize that there's two systems of justice in this country. If you're Hunter Biden, you get away with murder. If you're us, you get prosecuted to death. That's very, very sad. I mean, how many, if that was me or if that was Don, and we did that and we were in contempt of Congress, they would have arrested us before we left. We would have left the steps of the Capitol. Of course they wouldn't, but they don't do a damn thing to this kid. If we were selling, finger painting to Republican strategists and activists for $500,000 apiece, we'd be in jail, right? And guess what? They don't do a damn thing about that. If we lied on a federal firearms form, a 4473, we would be in jail. I mean, they try and put us in jail for 1,000 times less, right? But he gets away with absolute murder. If my father's grandkids, reportedly, because you saw many of the stories, were getting checks from Romania or China,
right. The SARS reports
whoever the hell it
suggested
was,
all that.
In complicated, crazy business structures. I ask the question all the time. I just asked this to NBC a second ago. What product were they selling? Like, what we do? We have a website. We have hotels, we have golf courses,
you have wine.
Great wine. We've got office buildings, retail,
yeah, sure.
Other things. Like, what product are they selling? Like, where's Hunter's website? How do you make $10 million and you literally have an entity that doesn't even have a? It's insane. Everybody knows the answer to these questions. I mean, I'm being rhetorical in saying this, but. The reality is they've gotten away with absolute murder. And if that was Don, if that was myself, if that was Tiffany, if that was anybody in our family, we'd be in jail already. And again, the American people understand the dual system of justice, and they're upset by it.
But I think that's why some of these independents are going over. They see this. The American people are not dumb. Okay, I know you got to go because you're super busy here. I think tonight we're going to see a record broken. Not only is it will be the coldest caucus in Iowa history, but we will see President Trump beat the 12-point margin of victory that was set back years ago. Your thoughts on that?
I believe we will, too. Now, I do believe that no matter how much my father wins it by, I think they'll say it's never enough, right? If he got 60%, you're going to have the liberal media come out and say he should have gotten 70. If he gets 40, they're going to come out and say he should have gotten 50. I mean, it's never enough. They want to keep that horse race going. It benefits them, and they can't stand him. But I think we're going to have a beautiful night. I'm very proud of him. He's been the greatest father in the world I could have ever imagined. The fight he's had and what they've tried to do to him is almost unthinkable. But he's incredibly brave. He's got more backbone than any person I've ever met, and I think he's single-handedly the greatest president this country has ever had. And I think that's ultimately going to propel him to the real victory, which, as important as tonight is, at the end of the day, today doesn't matter if we don't win on November 5th, and that's what we all have to keep in the back of our mind, and that's why I hope we have a decisive victory tonight, get everybody else to drop out of the race, and really start taking the fight to Joe Biden or whoever they decide to put in that spot.
Yeah. We know the audience loves President Trump, and they love you and your family as well. Eric Trump joining us here in the War Room on a very busy night here in Iowa.
Welcome back here to Atkinson, New Hampshire. What a great interview that was yesterday with Eric Trump. A number of awesome interviews right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Speaking of interviews, one of the Patriots I just ran into, his name's Jamie. Jamie, where are you from, by the way?
I'm from Plymouth, Mass.
Awesome. That's a great place. And your thoughts right now as we deal with a lot of tough things in our country and around the world?
Well, I think you see a lot of people here, they actually give a crap about the country still. So I think we're just kind of waiting for this disaster to be over with. So.
And do you think full well that President Trump will be the president in 2025?
As long as nothing crazy happens. I mean, he should have been president already, but they let all that stuff happen. So God only knows what they're up to this time.
And I agree with you. I mean, that's why he probably didn't have to do any of the debates at all, because it was most likely beneath him, right?
Yeah, totally. He didn't need to be. What's the point? All they want to do is beat him up. So, and even up in New Hampshire now, you get Nikki Haley with a fake surge, but it's just Democrats who didn't have anybody else to vote for. So now they're trying to jam the ballot with this. Apparently, nobody messes with elections, right?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Loud and clear. I hear you loud and clear. So, what profession are you in?
I'm actually a computer guy, but I do a little stuff on the side with web design and things like that.
Awesome. Anything at work in general? You talk to your colleagues. Are they all supporters? Is it kind of like something you don't bring up at work?
I don't bring it up at work, but around the coffee table, it's like you got people hooked into the little snippets of what they see on the news. They're too busy to actually pay attention to anything anymore, which is done by design. So you try to tell them a little bit of inside baseball stuff about what's going on, and they don't want to hear it.
Did you watch anything last night at all?
No. I usually watch you guys, definitely, because you're the only one I seem to trust over there. But everybody else is just like, they pull the rug from under you, like what Fox News did. So you guys and some other people online is all I watch now. And I like that Tim, what's his name? Tim Pool. Okay, yeah. He seems to be slightly even, he doesn't seem to be pushing either way. But you just want to see somebody with both sides. You guys are always here, so I trust you guys.
Yeah. Thank you. And are you on Truth Social as well?
Yeah. I follow you guys.
No, that's awesome. So the fact that what you just name dropped all of the new conservative media, kind of the names, the websites, the social platforms. Do you, family and friends or others that you know either around the country or here in New Hampshire, do they know about all of those ways to get information?
I don't think so. I think, but by naturally I'm starting to notice that Google is starting to slow down, because you start looking up medical stuff that you used to be able to find in 2 seconds. Now everything's like hidden. You get like 1, 2, 3, and then they just start distracting you with stuff. So I feel like if they allow you on YouTube, which I'm surprised they haven't kicked you off of YouTube yet, it just seems like little by little everything that we kind of want to believe in is going away. And so we're kind of left to our own. So it's a little bit nerving. We used to have three channels to begin with until everything's spread out. But now it's almost like they're trying to get rid of everybody that might leak out what might be the truth.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of and censor the truth, right? But the thing is we're still here in a free country, and we have the freedom of the press still intact, which is always good.
Well, it only seems like it's freedom of one type of press. If you don't agree with it, it's 2 + 2 = 5. All of a sudden, if you still think it's 4, then there's something wrong with you these days.
Yeah, 100%. They say 2 + 2 = 3.7,475,000, and you look at it and you're like, how in the world did you get that number?
Right, exactly. And I think that's why you see this guy. Everyone knows what he stands for. Everyone's seen he's had a track record. It's not perfect. He doesn't claim to be perfect, but at least he's produced something. I mean, the other guys, they don't produce anything. They just, they're like. They're the clowns that take the orders from people like him. So why not just vote for him?
I hear you loud and clear and agree. Now, DC Drano on Truth Social, Rogan O'Hanley, do you follow him?
Yeah.
I don't know if you said, he said Nimrata Haley, which is her first name, has Democrat donors, Democrat voters, and Democrat media all supporting her in her run against Trump. If you're a New Hampshire voter, don't fall for the uniparty propaganda. That from D.C. Drano. Your thoughts?
Well, I agree, because that's exactly what they do. Like, you kind of know what they're up to. And I talked to a woman in line here who came here. She was still on the fence about Nikki, and she was leaning towards Nikki. And I had to explain all this, what they're doing about her. She didn't know this. So the regular voter who's just trying to be slightly interested in this stuff has no idea of those tricks. So
why do you think that is?
Because they don't have time. If you have some time and like you can research and look up things for yourself and just weigh what you think and make your own decisions about what you're reading and ingesting, then you could come up with a solution. But most of the people, they don't want to think for themselves, and it's just, look, like they get Taylor Swift on all the football games now. It's like, I can't even watch football anymore. It's annoying. We're going to go to Taylor Swift for it. She didn't throw any balls. So it's like there's just an agenda just being jammed down your throat for all this stuff, and it's taken away from everything why we enjoy this stuff,
100%. Did you see the Golden Globes the other night?
I saw the thing afterward. I used to be involved in that industry, and it's just disgusting what they're up to. And even,
what did you do?
Well, I was an actor, and I did a couple of movies and things. But even if half of the stuff you see online about what they've been doing with Epstein and everything is true, if half of it's true, it's scary. And thinking that there's people out there like that. And even if you mention it to people, they're like, that's crazy. But then everything seems to be true lately. That, I don't know. I'm not necessarily a conspiracy theorist. It's more or less like, I don't know. I can see things, that they're lying to you about some other things. So it kind of makes sense to pay attention to those things. Think for yourself.
And real quick, that's exactly right. That's what you got to do. You got to seek the truth out. You got to find it, right? So what's your first name and last name? I'm sure there's a few people that want to type your name in real quick.
Yeah, my name's Jim Brooks, and I'll say hi to my friends down at the Sandy's Coffee Shop. We talk about Trump all day long, except for Mr. Brooks.
There you go. Thanks, man. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Of course. So, Jamie right there with that interview, obviously an aware patriot, right? He knows what's going on. He's not believing hook, line, and sinker what the media, in the sense of the mainstream media, is saying. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, my dad said, don't get sold a bill of goods. You don't want to get sold a bill of goods. And that's the thing. A lot of people are still buying that, thinking that, the nightly news or the so-called cable networks are the way. And let's be real. As much as I do, when somebody is speaking from the heart, like all the correspondents do on Right Side Broadcasting Network, when they're being real with you. You know that this is what they believe, and that's one thing within the commercials when you see here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. One of the parts of the commercials says, we allow our correspondents, to share their opinion, as long as it has ethical journalistic standards. It's pro-free speech. And that is what the left is trying to censor. And they just will name call, but not what President Trump name called. He's doing these funny names for people. It's comical. And it sticks in your mind, though. It works. It's a good strategy. But then when the left does it, they are the most vitriol, worst things you could be called. And I won't go through them all now. You know what they are, And so anyway, that's what's going on. I have one more thing I want to say before I get to this next great partnership that we have. I will say one quick thing about Fox News. I like Greg Gutfeld again, but Fox News, their motto says, America is watching and America is listening. Are they really? Anyway, so let's go to the USA Tax Network. Well, I'll tell you, if you're dealing with a lot of trouble right now with the taxes and that kind of thing, as we have someone in the camera shot, that's all right. It's part of live TV. I'm going to step back up there to the meteorizer here in a second. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a live look right now at the crowd as I tell you about the Tax Network USA, one of our great partners and sponsors at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So if you're struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns, the IRS is actually escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents. They're sending more than 5 million collection letters to kick off this year. So in these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. So Tax Network USA, they don't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from the IRS seizures and manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. Importantly, they are licensed to help with all state tax issues, regardless of where you live in the United States. So the clock is ticking. Don't wait as the IRS steps up its game. Seize control of your financial future now. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. All that information you see right there on your screen as we take a live look right now. You are looking at Atkinson, New Hampshire, where President Trump will be on the way to share a speech here in New Hampshire. And now this is going to be right on the heels, of course, for that big win yesterday in the Hawkeye State. So he goes from the Hawkeye State. Today he goes to the Empire State real quick for that court session, and then he's going to head back here to the Granite State and speak to the people here. It's going to be interesting. We're hearing a number of people, some other VIPs and the sort, including Vivek Ramaswamy, will be in attendance. We'll see if he takes the stage, what he has to say. I mean, at the end of the day, all around the country, whether it's a citizen or a citizen who has a public office, title, a congressman or congresswoman or a senator or a governor, people are throwing their hat in the ring for freedom. And that happens to be Donald J. Trump. Speaking of congresswoman, MTG, rock star, the other day on Capitol Hill. It was pretty wild because Hunter Biden got out of Dodge. As soon as it was MTG's turn to address Hunter and the lawyers there. Interesting. When somebody speaks truth, with the light into darkness, guess what happens? The Bible says darkness flees. So the light, right, is the truth, and darkness flees from it. So, that's obviously what we're dealing with there on Capitol Hill the other day. Pretty awesome moment to see in Congress as I make my way back up to the media riser right now here in Atkinson, New Hampshire. We got local news, national news.
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm nobody. Seriously, come on.
I'll interview you live right now, Brad. How you doing, man? That's a camera guy for one of the local affiliates that you just heard from there. We're just walking by here trying to get back on camera. But we're hearing some chants going on where some people are, or at least yelling, not the whole place with chants at this point, but I'm sure they will soon. I've noticed in New Hampshire, man, it's that Boston thing, right? Boston region. When it comes to the New England Patriots, the Boston Red Sox, Boston Celtics, Boston Bruins. These people like to be vocal. So it's going to be quite loud in here when President Trump takes the stage, and also when a number of other speakers that are America First patriots that are throwing their support behind President Trump take the stage. It'll be quite the event. So I know it is a Tuesday in January, and a number of people are maybe at work or heading home. But for those of you that are watching right now, maybe text them and let them know, here, watch Right Side Broadcasting Network on Rumble. Watch Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're even on YouTube right now. Watch on the RSBN app. The app is an awesome place to watch the rallies and events as well. Grace Sedania just popped in my mind because she's doing great things at Right Side Broadcasting as well behind the scenes. Appears on camera occasionally. Summer Lane, Alex Caldwell, these journalists that are posting things on Truth Social from the RSBN account, and then President Trump and others are retruthing around the country and around the world. So again, after last night's victory, the fake news is in full tilt. They've joined the Biden administration in the chorus of lies, claiming that they're extremist or MAGA, this and that. We know what the truth is, and the truth sets us free. So the truth is we are a people that are believing that the Constitution will remain the law of the land. I'm going to move out of the way here real quick and let you take a live look here in Atkinson, New Hampshire. And hopefully maybe I'll get back in there and talk to some patriots here that are waiting. There's a number of, there's about 15 rows in the front. So if you see like all the people, right, and then you look kind of where the podium is where President Trump will speak later, there's about 5 or 6 rows deep. So there's actually seats for people up in that area. And then the rest of the people back here are standing room only all around this Atkinson Country Club. We're not too far outside of Boston. This is the, I would think it's about an hour. I haven't looked on the maps on GPS, but not too far from Boston here in New Hampshire. Then President Trump will go to Portsmouth tomorrow for another speech, and who will continue on throughout New Hampshire. We are live in Atkinson. We're going to have a commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
You are looking live here in Atkinson, New Hampshire. The crowd's getting a little bit more excited, waiting on the president to show up, but also a number of other speakers that will be here to share their message with the American people, not only in this room in New Hampshire, but throughout the country. And there are some that watch around the world right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So a special hello to you from wherever you're watching and joining us. Thank you so much for doing that. I'm Matthew Alvarez, live here in Atkinson. I'm joined by a couple Patriots I just ran into. What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, it's great to be here.
And you said you're from Maryland. Why'd you drive up?
Because there's no better place to be during the Republican primary than New Hampshire.
And your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, same thing. This is the place to be if you want to talk to the candidates like they're almost like an old friend. You can have conversations at almost every rally with these town hall meetings.
And sir, tell us about your thoughts about the president.
I think he did a great job 4 years ago. I'm just ready for the rematch, okay? The voters of Iowa decided last night, and the voters of New Hampshire will decide this week that it's time to get it together. Biden versus Trump, rematch, and let's just compare those two 4-year terms, and let's move on.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Can you get those two guys right there with the beanies on? Can you have them come over real quick? Thank you so much. You know, why not? You know, you got to do what you got to do on live TV. Let's see if these guys, okay, they don't, or anybody else? All right, that's all right. Usually I like to, oh, here we go. Come on in. I liked your beanie hat. That's why I called you over, man. Where are you from, man?
Salem, New Hampshire.
All right, so tell us about why you're here and why you're wearing that hat.
I've just been waiting to see Trump for a really long time, and this place is like pretty close to my house, so it's finally an opportunity to come out and see him.
How long have you liked President Trump and supported him?
Since the beginning, so 2016.
And now, other friends that you have, are they supporters of President Trump or?
So a lot of them are, but the few that aren't, so I just don't bring it up around them. But
why do you think that they're not supporting freedom and the president? Those friends of yours, do they say why?
I think it's because they don't know the true story. They hear only half of it, or the stuff that the media wants them to hear. So they believe a lot of the false stuff, so they don't really agree with it. So
that's exactly what we've been talking about here on Right Side as well. What's your first name?
Riley.
Riley, awesome, man. So what are you into? I mean, you have a profession, you're in school? Or?
I'm an electrician right now. So I'm doing college during the day, and I'm an electrician part-time right now.
And what's it like when you have to pay that kind of gas price under the Biden administration?
It's not good. I was an electrician while Trump was in and during now, and my gas is like double what it was. I used to paying like $50 every few days just to go to work because my jobs are like 20, 30 miles away. So it adds up. Takes a lot on my paycheck.
No, I understand that. So obviously, hopefully 4 more years of Donald Trump, obviously because he was the president 2016 to 2020. What would you like to hear from him today, or are you just going to sit back and enjoy the moment?
I'm going to enjoy it, but hopefully everything works out and he can, have another 4 years. So, all
right, thanks, man. Good to meet you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Well, I mean, there you go. You heard it right there from, a patriot right here in New Hampshire, that the reason why his friends are not supporters of freedom or President Trump is because they're listening to the half of the truth, or which would be a lie, right? So they're listening to the lies on the left and through certain social media sites. And, people are becoming awake every day across this country and around the world. And the line is being drawn by the left that, hey, you got to kind of pick, are you going to pick someone that stands for freedom, or you're going to pick someone that is anti-freedom? And you can go ahead and try and attack President Trump's character and all this stuff. What are you talking about? We're talking about a president of the United States that will do great things and did do great things for our country. I mean, the Bible says, for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. It's interesting to see the amount of left-wing people acting like they are God, or some of these, deep staters acting like they have control. They try and have control, but it's we know who wins in the end when it comes to the Bible. So from now until then, we're hoping for victories to keep this country rocking and rolling, as we have a pretty cool song in the background that kind of matches up with what I just said. I'm going to walk back up to the riser unless I can catch somebody else here live, but I will tell you, This is pretty awesome in the sense of if you just send the text to a number of people and let them know that President Trump will be speaking here in New Hampshire after a great speech last night. So we're going to take it to the crowd cam right now here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Welcome back to Atkinson, New Hampshire. It's been a great day so far. I mean, people are showing up left and right. I have a couple interviews lined up at the front of the media riser. The challenge is right now just to get to them, but while I work to do that, I do want to tell you about the wellness company. We have no idea what could be next. You know, we've got the COVID-19, situation that happened. It was terrible. There's ivermectin and hydrochloroquine in this emergency kit provided to you by the wellness company. So all you got to do is look at the information on the screen and get that kit for your house, for your car. I remember I mentioned earlier Vanessa Broussard said she just got a kit for herself. So why not take advantage of this? You never know if there's another pandemic or what's going on. I mean, I'm not trying to do like doom and gloom stuff, but like at the end of the day, Davos, Switzerland, the World Economic Forum right now is talking about things like disease X. Like what in the world is that? They're saying it's worse than COVID. All of a sudden, everybody's talking about disease X, according to InfoWars. So, and you see it, you know, if you look on some of the news articles. So you got to have something to keep yourself protected when it comes to those kind of things that are out there. So why not get this emergency kit from the wellness company? So I'm going to try and get over there. In the meantime, why don't you take this live look as we continue to await President Trump here in Atkinson, New Hampshire. I'm going to work on it. And here I go again, down the media riser. I'll do what I got to do to get to these people. I don't care. I made it. How you doing? Paul? My name's Matthew Alvarez. Who are you?
Nice to meet you. Paula Petro.
Paula, nice to meet you. Well, that was worth it because Paula's got a great hat on. Paula, where are you from and why are you here?
Haverhill, Massachusetts. And why I'm here is because I love Donald Trump to death.
And other than loving Donald Trump, what are the policies that you say, hey, you know what, we need to have that in this country?
Number 1, the wall. Number 2, inflation. Number 3, helping the poor people, the veterans.
Anything with the Constitution, freedoms, that kind of thing?
Oh, yeah. We all need freedom. And when he was our president, he had like a blanket around us, a blanket of security. The foreign countries respected us as a country, and I feel as though we're losing that. And that's why I really want Donald Trump to get in, because I just love him to death. He's got a great sense of humor. He's fantastic.
Did you hear that, America? It's the truth. I mean, he's funny. He's a funny guy.
He's comical as ever. I mean, he really, really is. He's just a regular guy, but he's a businessman, and it makes all the difference in the world. It really does.
What's one of your favorite nicknames he has?
Oh, my God. I really didn't know how many nicknames he had, to be honest with you. I have to tell the truth.
Yeah. Well, the newest one is a fake tapper for Jake Tapper over at CNN.
Well, it is funny. I don't care for CNN. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, loud and clear. I hear you. Same here.
I'll say that to you.
So here in New Hampshire, what is it like to be here and to be a patriot that wears a hat like that?
Well, I have many hats that are Trump's, and I'm very happy to be here. Today is my birthday, and my daughter brought me here for a birthday surprise, and it's wonderful to be here, and it's just an honor to be in the presence of Donald Trump.
On your birthday?
It could be any day, but yes, it's even special. It's even more special.
That's awesome. You guys want to do it? I mean, you can sing if you want, but I think it's awesome. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much.
And this is awesome that you're here on a day like that. And what would you like to say to the American people that are watching right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network? What's on your heart right now for this country?
I feel security, happiness, love, affection, everything that you could do to make a family, an individual feel wonderful knowing that Trump has got a chance and is going to win the next election.
Amen. Thank you so much for that. And your thoughts last night on the Iowa victory?
Fantastic. Why not? Yeah, very good. Very good. No surprise. No surprise.
Everyone wish Paula a happy birthday. Nice to meet you.
And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
nice
you
to
so
meet
much.
you. Thank you. You want to step in, guys? Have a good day. We'll see you over there.
Howdy.
What's your name?
Monty.
And your name, sir?
Ari.
You got a Make America Great Again hat on. The black one's pretty cool. I haven't seen that one. Tell us about your thoughts about the president and seeing him. Is this your first time seeing him, that kind of thing?
It's the first time I'm seeing him live. I when I live in New York. I came 5 hours away, slippery outside, and I came here to see him. And if Trump sees that, I know he's probably watching on RSBN. I want to say him thank you from all the Jewish community and from the Hasidic community. We love him there.
All right, speaking of prayer, we're going to pray right now. Great to meet you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you.
Do we have any patriots in here? That's such an awesome sound. Would you start off this amazing event by praying with me? We're going to pray the Lord's Prayer out of Matthew 6. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our debts. Forgive us our debtors. And do not lead us into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Heavenly Father, we thank you that you are greater than the greatest challenges and most dire situations we face on this earth. You are our Father in heaven. We also thank you that you chose to be involved in humanity. You have asked us to pray for your will to be done on this earth as it is in heaven. You answer our prayers. You grant provision. You meet our needs, even our daily bread. You offer such mercy, redemption, and forgiveness, forgiving our debts through the work of Christ on the cross. You guide us and give us wisdom, leading us away from temptation and delivering us from evil. Today, we pray for this one great nation under God and ask for your intervention. We pray you forgive us our debts as a nation, the pride, the lying tongues, hands that have shed innocent blood, hearts that devise wicked plans, the false witnesses that breathe lies. Expose, Lord, the corruption and the injustice. Wash over us, be with us. Pour out your presence, establish your peace in the nations. Lord, let your hand rest on these upcoming elections. Preserve them with integrity. Close doors that no man can open, open doors that no man can shut. Lord, we also pray for President Trump. Continue to strengthen him, protect him, grant him your courage and wisdom and counsel. Father, restore America as a light to the nations. Make America great again. We pray these things in the name above all names, Jesus Christ. Amen. Shout.
Ladies and gentlemen, under Terosian and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the town of Atkinson. And President Trump, welcome back from your trip in Iowa. How about that historic win in Iowa? We're going to do that again next Tuesday. As the town of Atkinson Trump team captain and United States Coast Guard veteran, it's my pleasure to lead us in the pledge. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
To lead us in the national anthem, please welcome historian of the New Hampshire Federation of Republican Women, Isabella Peters.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome candidate for governor of New Hampshire, Chuck Morse.
Well, if you all join me, New Hampshire lost a true statesman this morning, Senate President Joe Delahunty. So if we could just take a moment of silence. Amen. You guys ready? Let's hear it for President Trump and his commanding 30-point victory. Now it's time for us to deliver the same victory here in the Granite State. We're just 1 week from the first in the nation primary, 7 days from New Hampshire Republicans uniting behind a candidate who has proven his ability to drive the America First agenda and put our families and our economy on the forefront. And it's time to put Joe Biden back in his basement. And let's put Donald Trump back in the Oval Office. We elect a conservative leader who's going to get results. It's time to put Donald Trump back to work for us. And it's let me ask you, do you want a president who will get the economy back on track for working families? Do you want a president who will secure the border and stop the flood of illegal immigrants and crime and drugs?
Donald Trump will be that president. Now is not the time to elect someone who can talk a good game. It's time to elect someone who can get the job done. And when it comes to getting the job done, I'll put Donald Trump's conservative record up against anyone. You know, there's an old saying, you are what your record says you are. Well, here's Donald Trump's record. President Trump oversaw the greatest economy in our nation's history. President Trump secured our southern border. And President Trump kept America safe and us out of wars. And now is not the time for candidates who talk like conservatives but govern like Democrats. You know, this campaign is also about leaving America for our kids and our grandkids, where they all have the same opportunity to work hard and succeed. And I think President Trump said it best when he said, I want the next generation to know that they are all part of the most exciting and incredible adventure in human history. No matter where your family comes from, no matter your background, in America, anyone can rise. And with hard work, devotion, and drive, everyone can reach any goal and achieve every ambition. We can't lose sight of the fact that the American dream is fading away. We can't afford 4 more years of Joe Biden in America. In closing, I ask that you join me in spending the next 7 days to make sure Donald Trump wins the New Hampshire primary and goes on to win the Republican nomination. Thank you, and God bless.
Please welcome the Trump National Chair, Di Lothrop.
Oh my God. Thank you, Iowa. 51%, it was a blowout. It was one of the most spectacular wins in the history of American politics. New Hampshire loves Iowa, and now it's our turn. And New Hampshire is going to take it to the next level. And by the way, God bless to Vivek. We thank you. You ran a great campaign, and we welcome your endorsement to President Trump. So MAGA, Make America Great Again. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with wanting to pay $1.87 for gas again at the gas pumps? What's wrong with wanting to spend half of what you're spending now in the grocery store? What's wrong with wanting a closed border? And what's wrong with keeping illegals, criminals, out of our country? Yeah. What's right is that we know it means freedom. Democrats keep claiming that we are a threat to democracy. And they call us what? MAGA extremists. But let's not forget, democracy is a form of power governed by the people. It's vested in all of us. We, the people of the United States. Right. Democracy respects human rights and freedoms, and in which the freely expressed will of the people is exercised. When Democrats talk about democracy, they mean their version, which they've hijacked and molded into the will of the DC swamp dwellers and not the will of the people. And they've been using that against us all of us conservatives for many years, feeding their crap lies, putting innocent people in jail for speaking out, controlling us from the minute we get up in the morning to when we go to bed at night, feeding us misinformation through their liberal controlled media, fake news media. Telling parents how to raise their own children and telling innocent children they were born in the wrong body. I say that is some bullshit. I want everybody in the room right now, turn around and face the cameras, those fake news cameras, and tell the world that we are proud to be MAGA Americans. We won't be silenced anymore. So, speaking of Democrats, Nikki Haley. Brain. She's no proven conservative. But her record tells a different story. She's been against the border wall for years and has complex. Ukraine. So she can rake in the millions from them. Have you noticed that her speeches are all talking points? And she goes off. But have you all been noticing the thousands of pieces of mail that especially loved, the one with Sununu endorsing her? They showed a picture of the two of them and had an arrow pointing at her as if to point out which of the two doofuses was Haley. She is funded by huge Democrat donors like George Soros and Bill Gates and the usual crowd, and the never Trumper rhinos like the Koch brothers and Bill Kristol. No wonder she's got $68 million to spend, and they are saturating the mail and the airwaves to keep her relevant in the race. They're pushing her because they want her to, in their fight against President Trump. She's a pawn to them, and they own her, lock, stock, and barrel. I'm with Senator Rand Paul when he says, I'm never Nikki. So Iowa sent that message that they're never Nikki too. So she came in, dismal third. But enough about her. A certain donut-loving former candidate was right. I can't call him fat, can I? He was right when she said she's going to get smoked. And she was smoked. The harder they hit President Trump, the stronger he gets. The court cases against him, like in New York and Georgia, are starting to unravel. And the Trump-hating prosecutors are being exposed as frauds. The New York Attorney General Letitia James. Ugh. Have you seen her face? I'm going to get President Trump. She's scary. She needs to go fly away on her broomstick. And where the hell did the ex-cab driver, Judge Engeron, where did he get his credentials anyway? From a Cracker Jack box? So they should join Fulton County DA Fannie Willis and her boy toy fake prosecutor, go away on a deserted island somewhere and stop wasting taxpayer money on these sham trials. As the Nashua city captain for the Trump campaign, I've been doing a lot of door knocking, and I'm telling you now, do not believe the fake polls. I've been boots on the ground, actually talking one-on-one with voters in Nashua, and I'm telling you that over 80% of them are voting for Trump. There's no substitute for meeting people one-on-one and to get the real story. So those fake news people are crazy. President Trump is a true fighter, and he is the epitome of strength, and he will prevail, and he will make America great again. Another hero of mine, Winston Churchill, said it best in his speech to the British people during World War II. And I think the universal meaning of his words reflect on us today in America. We shall fight them on the beaches. We shall fight them in the streets and in the fields. We shall fight them in the schools. We shall fight them in the courtrooms and in the polls. We shall never surrender. I'm proud to be a MAGA American. And I say God bless to President Trump, and God bless the USA, and let's roll New Hampshire.
Please welcome Trump New Hampshire co-chair, Lou Gargiulo.
Good afternoon, Patriots. Big day in New Hampshire today. We came off of a phenomenal win 98 out of 99 counties in Iowa, President Trump won last night. Can you believe that? That is the beginning of the real roll to the nomination and to winning in November. And that only happens if everybody in this room gets up and recognizes that time is now. Let's go back in memory lane, back to before COVID. Do you remember the economy? Do you remember interest rates, prices of gas? Do you remember what our foes thought of us? They were afraid. Do you remember what our friends thought of us? They were proud of America. The time has come to restore that. The common denominator is one person, Donald J. Trump. There are plenty of evil things going on across the country and across the world. We need a strong leader, a person who doesn't take no for an answer, a person who commands respect and recognizes the importance of the American dream. And the American dream is here. We just have to recapture it. People ask me, why have you been involved with President Trump since the beginning, since 2015? And I'll say simply, I saw a person who built fabulous buildings, built a huge business, a phenomenal empire, and I believed he was the person that could turn the country around after the Obama years. And guess what? Did he turn it around? Yeah! And he can do it again. We need it now. This is about our children. This is about our grandchildren. This is about the future of the country. And we need somebody who can bring back the future. So I ask all of you, when we have the opportunity in the next 7 days, talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors, talk to anybody and everybody. Get people out to the polls next Tuesday. Don't take no for an answer. Get on the phones, call people, go on to any place you can and bring it up. We need Trump. We need Trump. We need Trump. More than ever. So I ask you, let's make it happen. Let's really make it happen. Thank you all for coming out on this lousy night. God bless you all. God bless America. And let's bring Trump back.
You're looking live here in Atkinson, New Hampshire. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez, awaiting President Trump and others. I hear a number of other VIPs, including Vivek Ramaswamy, will be here as well. We'll see if he takes the stage. But in the meantime, we have a couple people we'd like to really thank, but also not only thank, kind of promote, because it is a time that is really difficult, as you know, for the United States dollar. So all you got to do is consider diversifying with gold from Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been the choice of investors and central banks to hedge against inflation. So now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of Birch Gold. Just text Trump to 8898, Trump to 989898, and Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. It'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. The best part is that you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied customers, you can trust Birch Gold. Text Trump to 989898 to claim your free info kit. You can do that, and you'll be securing your savings now. Just want to welcome in any of you that just tuned in or are live streaming our live stream from Atkinson, New Hampshire, right here on Rumble and on a number of other platforms as well. This is the first in the nation primary, which will be on January 23rd. Obviously, a big win last night in Iowa, so we will see how things go here in New Hampshire. I mean, the polls alone show a huge lead right now for President Trump. And also the boots on the ground, as you see people here. I mean, I was in Claremont, New Hampshire for a trip, and a few other campaign stops as well. And the people just love this country. They love the man that won in 2016, won in 2020, and will hopefully win in 2024. Great night last night, of course. That speech from President Trump with his family, his friends, the staff, that victory that was shared with the American people. This isn't about just a support for one person. This is about the support for the Constitution, the law of this land, and that's why we here at Right Side Broadcasting Network are able to show you this event at all. I mean, if there was no Constitution, right, if there was no freedom of speech or freedom of the press, how would we even be able to talk freely about what's going on, whether you're covering an event or whether you are doing what a lot of places do now, right? Of course, whether it's mainstream media or conservative media, it's an op-ed. I mean, the New York Times had an op-ed, right? Have op-eds, opinion editorial. Well, it's the same thing that's going on, but it's at a full tilt, high gear from the false narratives of the left. And then you've got the conservative media sharing the actual facts of, hey, nobody did anything wrong between 2016 and 2020 in the sense of any dictatorial kind of moves or anything like that. It was about freedom. It was about this country. It was about the Constitution of the United States of America. And it is the same here for Agenda 47. I was talking earlier about that. I mean, you enter in anything you want. Enter in any problem that we're facing in this country. You can enter in something that will overcome that. It's called Agenda 47, whether it's immigration, inflation, whether it's the constitutional rights that we are just hoping to continue to have here in this country, the First Amendment, Second Amendment, you know, freedom of religion. I mean, at the end of the day, the left wing is just constantly going against the true narrative. They're constantly pouring out the wrong, fake messaging, the false narratives. And guess what? For years, I was a part of the left-wing media because there really was no conservative media to be reporting on. So, you know, I was a reporter in a number of cities across America. But when it was time to make a move and when just the stars aligned, I made the move to conservative media because the truth is with the conservative movement. And you can put any label on it. You can call it MAGA. You can call it conservative movement. You can call it the freedom movement, the liberty movement. At the end of the day, we know what's right. What's right is the Bible and the Constitution of the United States of America. And that is why we're here, to share with you the speeches that you just heard, pretty funny speeches too, but also direct to the American people here in Atkinson, New Hampshire. The polls here right now, overwhelmingly in support of President Trump. As my buddy said earlier on the phone, the country's fed up. They're fed up with what's going on in the White House right now. I was just going to call it the crack house for a second. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, having the possibility of that was, what, cocaine in the White House? I mean, come on. It's a laughing stock. The Washington, D.C. is a laughing stock right now, except for the few patriots that are standing for. At the end of the day, I can ramble on all day here, guys. Let me be honest with you. It's all about we the people. All about us. We're the ones that are hiring public servants to serve us and to represent us and what we want. That's what this country is founded on. And the fact that for decades we've let the left-wing media and the deep state try and, let's be real, dick us around a bit. But now we get an opportunity to take things back like it was 2016 to 2020. Great part of the music here, listen. We are live here in Atkinson, New Hampshire. We'll see when the president shows up here and shares his thoughts about, hopefully he talks about, I mean, we know he's going to talk about Agenda 47. but we're looking forward to hearing, hopefully, his reaction to the left-wing media sharing to hundreds of thousands of people, and I only say hundreds of thousands, their ratings are in the tank. Because just like if you go woke, you go broke, right? Well, it's the same thing. If you go false narrative, let's see if there's something to rhyme with that. Let me know if you think of something. But if you go false narrative, you're going to lose viewers. Your ratings are going to dip. They're going to go down. And that's what we're doing here, is bringing the true messaging of what's happening here. You're hearing from people, their thoughts about what's going on in the country, and we're hoping to see something bring things back together for this country and to lead the world in the messaging of freedom and to have freedom throughout the globe. Now, after last night's victory, of course, as I mentioned, the fake news campaign is in full tilt. But thankfully, there are more than 100 million people in this country that are supporters of America First. And having a year that will hopefully be coming out with a victory, to the point that January 20th, 2025 will be a great day in American history, when a president who's been getting attacked left and right through the information war, through lawfare, will be able to stand there victorious because we, the people, were able to get him back into office. So are you struggling a little bit with some back taxes or unified or actually unfiled returns? The IRS is escalating collections, adding 20,000 new agents and sending more than 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. So in these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. They have more than 14 years of experience, and if you're watching, but this stat is staggering. Tax Network USA has actually saved their clients more than $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. They actually specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. They don't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from IRS seizures and manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. All you got to do is go to that website right there, tnusa.com/RSBN or 800-357-1415. January 23rd, primary day here in New Hampshire, 7 days away. The Emerson poll has Trump leading Haley 44-28. The numbers are interesting because we got to see a whole new set of polls that come out this week and then see what the numbers are reflective of. Because if it's anything like Iowa, this entire state will be red except for one county in Iowa. So at the end of the day, if you remember, 98 of 99 counties in the Hawkeye state have said, you know what, we still want, or maybe there are some people that they were independent or even Democrat, and they said, no, I'm not voting for these other Republican candidates. I'm going to vote for the guy that already did this, 2016 to 2020. And so 98 of 99 counties in Iowa, and you saw Right Side Broadcasting Network live there with Brian Glenn, Vanessa Broussard, Christina Bobb, Catherine Cipher, touring the entire state, campaign stop after campaign stop. And we're just getting started. We're just getting started. President Trump is going to be here hopefully soon. And we did have the pre-program there. We do hear a number of people will be accompanying the president and possibly speaking during his speech. You know how he sometimes calls someone up, so we'll see how that goes. But at the end of the day, it's going to be quite an interesting speech because of that fact as well. What will he say about his trip to New York today? What will he say to the people of New Hampshire after the media tried to do what they did, speak so negatively yesterday, crying basically like that liberal meme of the lady on the ground looking up in the air. You guys know which one I'm talking about, with the glasses on and the beanie. And she's screaming, "No!" Well, you know what? I have one thing to say. Yes. Yes. I mean, at the end of the day, we want our country back, and we want it to continue to prosper. And it's like, you know, if President Trump wins, which would be great, then what? Well, then we continue to grow as a nation. We continue to grow in our small businesses. We continue to protect our freedoms. We continue to have just continue to worship God. We'll do that regardless. We know what's coming down the pike here. We're looking at New Hampshire. We've got Nevada, South Carolina. We've got the Super Tuesday in March on March 5th. I mean, there's more than a dozen states will go to do primary ballots that day. So this will be different than Iowa in the sense of the caucus versus the primary. So the primary, of course, that means on the 23rd, people will go into their polling center, their precincts, and cast their vote for the Republican nominee for the president, for the 47th president, right? In Iowa, of course, it was more of meeting anywhere. It could be a library, cafeteria, school, house, church, and a number of people were in there, and they kind of have speeches back and forth on which candidate that they like, and then there's a paper ballot that you sign for which candidate it is, and that all gets reported to the Iowa State Secretary of State's office, and then you saw those numbers come in last night right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network with Brian Glenn and Christina Bob in the Trump war room, calling those numbers and seeing what happened there when it came to that being called for President Trump. And of course, Vanessa was live where the president was with his family and staff with that great speech last night and thanking the people that are alongside him. So he's got family, he's got friends, he's got his staff, and he's got the American people. As I've said it before, and I know a number of you said it as well, and including Don Jr., President Trump is the people's president. You know, around the world, if we were in a different situation or a different country, and this was on the ballot, freedom or Marxism, freedom or government control, right? Like this is what it was like in Brazil recently. You know, Jair Bolsonaro is a patriot. He's a freedom guy. And then Lula, you know, somehow wins that, and Brazil just they didn't know what to do to the people. But you see victories happening, like, you know, Viktor Orban or the president in the Netherlands or in Argentina or in other nations around the world that are on the team of Team Freedom. And I heard somebody just walk by and he just shouted, "Let's go Trump." He said, "Let's go Trump." That's right. You know, I mean, that's what these people are here for, to see 45 take the stage. But I want to highlight again, I've said it a couple times in this broadcast, I want to highlight the local and state council people or state representatives or senators or mayors across this land. For those of you that have supported and still support President Trump, I mean, every state, there's usually a state representative that's up there in the pre-program before President Trump. So you think about it, I mean, you've got not only the citizens, then you've got the representatives and the senators throughout state government and in federal government. The numbers, obviously, as you know, are much lower in the federal government and probably in states. I mean, I haven't looked at each state and how many are supporters or not. Would be an interesting kind of story to do something like that. But, you know, that's what's interesting. You see a lot of support, not only for the president, but for freedom in this country. Birch Gold Group. All you got to do is consider diversifying with gold from Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been the choice of investors and central banks to hedge against inflation. Now you can actually own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of Birch Gold. Text Trump to 9998. And you can get a free info kit on gold. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. The best part is that you don't have to pay out of pocket. So text Trump to 9998. Trump to 989898. You got to remember BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and a few other countries. They're trying to use their own local currencies to try and dilute the value of the United States dollar, which has been, the power structure of the economy and commerce, not only in this nation but around the world. So these other nations are trying to tear that down. I can guarantee you, if these other nations, like Brazil, like China, if they had leaders that loved freedom, loved the American way, but loved their own way, right? Their country first. That's fine. I'm into whatever country's into freedom. I'm into that country too. I mean, I love America because I was born in this great land. But anyway, so Birch Gold Group, text Trump to 9998. My name is Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow me on Truth Social, also if you'd like to follow Right Side Broadcasting at RSBN, also Locals. Right Side Broadcasting Network has a Locals page as well. Everything social media, social platforms, Right Side has it covered. So you can pick which one you like or pick them all and share with your friends and family as we are in the 2024 election season. As the left-wing media goes to high tilt in their 24/7 constant bashing and false narrative, we'll have a place like Right Side Broadcasting and conservative media to balance that out, to share with you and these speeches and also great commentary from people that have years of experience on television but are standing for the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Constitution, the Bible, and that kind of thing. So always good to see that. Now, DC Drano, I was talking about him earlier, Rogan O'Hanley, and I'm thinking about Carly Bonet, Greg Phillips. There's so many people on Truth Social, Charlie Kirk, Kash Patel. I mean, all of these patriots, John Rich, Right Side Broadcasting Network, of course. It's a great site to follow all of these great patriots as you consume the news in a kind of a new way now. The new way is turning off the 6 p.m. evening news that once was the benchmark, once was the hallmark, once was what everybody did, right? Walter Cronkite back in the day, watching Walter. Then, as the time went on, Peter Jennings, Brian Williams, turning that off. And then you got cable news. I won't go through the whole list of lovely people that work in cable news. There are a few that I like. And who am I to share my opinion? My name's Matthew Alvarez, and I'm just sharing it because I feel like it right now. But the point is, again, Greg Gutfeld on Fox and a few others are great, but it's time to turn off the mainstream media and get over to conservative media and share this with your friends and family. Because the messaging that's coming from the left, and the reason why I say all that, is because if you looked at MSNBC last night, if you looked at CNN last night, fake Tapper, Jake Tapper, and maybe Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow on MSNBC, making hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to spew hate and negativity and falsehoods and lies because that's all they have to say. What are you defending? Are you defending freedom? Are you defending the Constitution? Are you defending our way of life in America? Or are you calling the person that loves freedom, that loves the Constitution? Donald Trump didn't need to, obviously, as you know, didn't need any more fame. He didn't need any more money. He could have sailed off into the sunset. But he said, well, you know what? I'm going to give this a shot. And boy, did he. And boy, has he done great in those 4 years, 2016 to 2020. But that's the point. So back to the mainstream media. And why do I rail against the mainstream media so much? It's because I used to work in mainstream media. And to be able to share with you my thoughts and my heart just as Brian Glenn does, just as Vanessa Broussard, who used to work in mainstream media, that we are able to share with you, you know how President Trump puts it all out on the line. We're putting it all out there. We're just showing you, hey, we used to work on mainstream media where we'd have to say things like, the Biden administration, is the numbers for unemployment are doing well, and and not really talk about what MAGA is doing or what President Trump was doing during his 4 years in office. To be censored and muzzled for years on end throughout this country, it gets a bit old, because especially as you saw, and this is partly because of President Trump, because he's the one that pulled the curtain on the fake news. When I heard that term fake news, and I did cover President Trump when I worked in the fake news. And you know what that was like? To see my people, my family, the patriots of this country. And I had to stand up there in that media riser, and I'm not saying woe is me or anything. I'm grateful to have a job and all that. I'm not talking about any of that, but I'm just saying, in that position, for them to all turn around and boo and how the president says, those fake news media back there. And I wish I could have been like, but not me, President Trump, not me. So it's pretty cool to be on this side of the aisle at this point. Let's take a live look right now here at Atkinson, New Hampshire. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for joining us. President Trump to take the stage sooner than later. And boy, is it going to be a fun night tonight. We're hearing a number of people are going to be here speaking, I believe, with the president. So the president will do a speech, but I believe he may call up a few people, according to what I'm hearing back at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go and take a live look right now as we go to our next segment here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Welcome back live here to Atkinson, New Hampshire, as we await President Donald Trump to take the stage. The pre-program is over, so next up will be President Trump, so we'll be glad to see that happen here in Atkinson. I'm Matthew Alvarez live right now here on the Media Riser with a number of media from around the state and the local area and also around the world. As you heard last night with Vanessa and Brian, they were talking about the international press that are showing up to watch what's going on. And interestingly enough, I mean, they want to know, right, what's going to happen to America. Everybody around the world, I've traveled to quite a few countries, various mission trips back in college, and I could tell you that from that standpoint, the people are wanting to see what happens to the United States of America. So it's been quite the ride here in New Hampshire. He's been doing a number of campaign stops, of course. And let's take a live look again here in Atkinson as we continue broadcasting live from Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like, you can follow us on RSBN.com, RSBnetwork.com. And you can also go there for the newsletter, where you get a lot of exclusive information and great commentary as well, and stories that are America First based, that line up with the Constitution. And you can go there as well for donating to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Just fixing a little bit of a technical issue here as we await the president. You can see the amount of people here right now. I mean, it is absolutely great to see once again here in Atkinson. So the president will be in Portsmouth, New Hampshire tomorrow. So that'll be quite the event there as well, as he tours the Granite State and works to win over even more people. I mean, at the end of the day, he's going to be at least 5 to 7 events in New Hampshire as we lead up to January 23rd, next Tuesday, which is the first in the nation primary here in the Granite State. So we are looking forward to seeing that turnout. And as Brian said yesterday, I mean, he said on some of his closing remarks that he believes that Iowa and then New Hampshire will be all for Trump and a victory there, and then continue on and believing that a number of the other candidates would drop out. Now, we'll be working with Brian a little bit later this week, and I will get a chance to ask him about that, because I'm wondering if Nikki Haley, because South Carolina is so close, will she try and stick it out to at least South Carolina? But we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to have Iowa, then New Hampshire, full on for President Trump, why are you still running? Why would you think that you could be winning in the White House or win the White House? So we'll see what happens there. Exactly 7 days to the first in the nation primary, where people will cast their ballot for the Republican presidential nominee. So the New Hampshire polls on Real Clear Politics, a location where dozens of polls are listed. President Trump has a commanding lead in New Hampshire. So we're seeing that reflect in Iowa, and then the big victory there. We're seeing that here in New Hampshire. So I would imagine that would be the same outcome next Tuesday as the great people of New Hampshire go to the polls. I was just thinking about the southern border crisis, the invasion that's going on there. If those of you that like country music, Jelly Rolls obviously is one of the up and coming and a new country artist that a lot of people like, and he was talking about fentanyl the other day. I believe he was actually on Capitol Hill talking about it, and he said 190 people, I believe it was per day or per week. I have to look at my stat that I put down on my phone here, and I'll look for it here in a second. But he was saying 190 people were dying I think it was per day, and I'll correct that later if that's incorrect, but I do believe it's per day. And he was just shocked at that statistic. The fact that fentanyl is pouring across the border from other countries, and people that need help that are drug addicts, getting the help that they need, the mental health that they need, the spiritual help, the way to break the addiction. But instead, what you had, I remember hearing in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the capital of the Keystone State, there was a weekend where there were 5 people in one weekend that OD'd from fentanyl. That's a big number for not that big of a town. Just Harrisburg's not that big of a town. And the mayor actually held a press conference talking about fentanyl. And the fact of the matter is that the local media covered it and did not use the word fentanyl. They were saying, oh, this narcotic that was laced in this and that. But the mayor came out and said it was fentanyl. It was fentanyl that killed, and these people OD'd, and that's it. It's over, and you move on. That's terrible. And so this fentanyl crisis, let alone not knowing who the people are coming across the border, let alone the fact that 8 million up to maybe 15 million people have crossed into the United States. I looked the other day, it's about 7.8 million people live in all 5 boroughs of New York City. So the size of New York City has already arrived here in this country, let alone the small towns that only have 800 to 3,000 to 6,000 or whatever. Try 8 million to 15 million humans that come across the border illegally. That's not, you can't have that. You can't have that, or you don't have a country. And what about the safety aspect? Some of the people, as President Trump says, are not good people. All right, so some of them, I believe, they're fine. They just want to get out of their country and they want to have a chance in America. Well, guess what? If you come to America and you come here illegally, then you're going to Chicago or New York. And listen, for those of you that live in Chicago or New York right now, I used to live in New York City. I used to be a reporter there. I've flown in and out of Chicago a lot. I've been around the area. Great sports teams, great food, great nightlife, great music. But you don't want illegal immigrants there that don't have a place to stay. It's wintertime in Chicago. How in the world are these people going to survive, let alone be there illegally? So obviously a huge mess, from the fentanyl to the safety aspect for both the actual immigrant, by being in super freezing weather, and where are they living? And some of you may be thinking about New York, and I saw a story that it was a red district in New York that was more on the Trump team. When I say Trump team, I don't mean his staff, I just mean a supporter of President Trump, is where that school is located, where the students had to leave the school and then have the immigrants take their place. So that was kind of wild to see that happen. And you're seeing it all around the country. So obviously that needs to get taken care of. How about no World War III? How about Agenda 47, peace through strength? Again, if you look at that comment, that Truth Social post, searching for it right now, from Linda McMahon, who's part of the America First Policy Institute. She was doing a comparison with President Trump and other presidents and about wars, and it's really telling, so I'm going to find that here in a second. Basically, I'm going to sum it up, but if you look at Linda McMahon's Truth Social account, you'll see something along the lines of what they are telling us about President Trump. And then it said a quote, oh, he's reckless and he's going to lead us into a mess. I'm paraphrasing. And then it says, but what do we know about President Trump? That he is someone that hasn't led us into any war, the first president to do that in 72 years. The world, isn't it interesting when President Trump was in office, 2016 to 2020, you know, we were seeing a lot of good things happen. And then when this other administration gets in there, the whole entire world is rocking and rolling, as my old pastor used to say in Pittsburgh, like a drunken man. The world is rocking and rolling, just all over the place. Just, I mean, you look at it. I mean, you see the protests outside the White House the other day. You see the wars going on around the world. But thankfully, there's a balance in life. Thankfully, we don't have to constantly be consumed with all this negativity. There's another side to all of this as well. And that, I believe, is found through the Holy Bible and also through the Constitution, and practicing those two awesome, the one document and the book, to hopefully win and have our freedoms restored here in this country. So I'm here, right here with you on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we take a live look at the people of New Hampshire. I met a guy that traveled all the way from Maryland here. I met someone that traveled from New York as well. He said he drove 5 hours and arrived here not too long ago. And the weather, if you're on the East Coast watching, you know that storm and all that inclement weather that was coming in from Iowa and other states to our west, all that brisk, cold, bitter cold weather. You know, first it was the storm of snow and some sleet and ice, and then the cold, freezing temperatures way below freezing that are behind that. Well, that's what's hitting here in New Hampshire now. It's the storm that just hit. There's about 3 to 4 inches of snow outside, and people were waiting. If you look on Right Side Broadcasting Network's Truth Social page, you'll see some photos and I think a video as well of what it was like outside as these people were waiting in the cold. And then after the snow, the temperatures are supposed to drop to single digits. I know it's nothing like those of you, those bold and brave, courageous people in Iowa who just dealt with negative temperatures as a high. As a few people here are starting to chant, so let's take a live listen. You're looking at Atkinson, New Hampshire, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. A wonderful song on in the background here, the Hallelujah song that President Trump has on the playlist is awesome. And remember in Iowa a time where that was playing, and it was a kind of a silent moment for the patriots there, for the people. See these people here, just like myself, we're all on the same team. We just want to live our lives, right? We don't want government control. The government and our representatives are supposed to do what the people want. That's why we vote them in, right? I get taxes for, some infrastructure, of course, and roads, airports, military. Yeah, there's obvious good reasons for taxes, but it's been obviously super abused over the years. And we want to be free to worship our God. We want to be free to have our business. We want to be free to have a family. We have a moral compass in this room and around the country and around the world. There's a billions, literally with a B, that absolutely love freedom, love their faith, love their family, They don't want anything like a COVID-19 to hit. They don't want a disease X that's being discussed at the World Economic Forum in Davos right now. They don't want a government to tell them that they can't say or do something when it comes to something that's not hurting anyone. They don't want high gas prices that are ridiculous for the average American. And when I say average American, I don't mean anything less of that person. We are all the rock stars. I've said this once before, but I believe we are the rock stars. We the people. And that's what I like about President Trump. I bet you he doesn't need all of this attention. He already had it. I was watching the other day, I'll be honest, I didn't watch The Apprentice much back in the day. I just didn't. I like Donald Trump, but I just never really watched it. But I watched a few episodes, and I'm like, oh, this is so cool to see a guy who is the leader of the free world. And he was doing great things. He was having a successful television show that went for more than a dozen seasons. A real estate mogul, a guy that was and is and has built great hotels around the world. I've stayed at one of them. He is a guy just like anybody. He's a man's man. Any guy in America. And the left wants to tear. For me not to talk in correct grammar or syntax right now. He wants to tear us. They want to tear us guys down. But you know what? The women that love God and love the country, they want real men. And we want women that are patriots that also love God, and we can work together. That's why I'm glad to have found my wife that is a Christian, is a conservative, and we get to progress in this life together. You think about it. My pastor back in the day once said in Pittsburgh, he said, you look on a tombstone, it's the year that you're born, and then it's the year that you pass away, the year that you die. He goes, what's in the middle between those 2 years? It's a dash. I mean, it's a dash. It goes pretty quickly. The year you're born, dash, and then it's over. But here's the thing. Long live America. Long live the people of this country. We have a great life as a child growing up in the youth, and then as a teenager, and then into high school, and then into college, and then into, if you go to college, and then as a young adult, and then you find someone and you settle down and you continue on, and you have your faith, and you have your family, and you have your friends, and you laugh and you enjoy life. I know I'm not talking rocket science here, but you don't need rocket science for the Constitution. You need freedom of speech. You need freedom of religion. You need freedom of the press. You need not to be muzzled, or you need not to be closed down or censored, as last night MSNBC and CNN did not even give President Trump an ounce of their time when he had his speech in Iowa. So obviously we've known that the left-wing media is anti not only Trump, anti-Matt Gaetz, anti-Eli Crane, anti-Matt Rosendale, anti-Steve Bannon, anti-name it, MTG, on and on, Carrie Lake, Mike Lindell. If you look on Truth Social on @MatthewAlvarez, you can see like some of the people that I follow on there, and there's others that I'll probably follow. I mean, I just opened that account last year, actually October of 2022, and those patriots that I follow on there, those people, these are people, and another thing, some people don't like to follow people on Truth. I'm not going to get too much into the weeds here, but when you have like 0 followers, I mean, not 0 followers, 0 people that you're following, It's like, hey, we're all on the same team. And you know, I do know a couple Patriots that I follow that don't follow anybody. I don't, at the end of the day, I'm getting down in the weeds too much here, but I don't care that much if you don't follow somebody. But my point that I'm trying to make here is I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm not going to follow anybody. You know how Taylor Swift on her X account, she doesn't follow a person. Like, she's high and mighty. Like, oh, I don't even follow anybody. Oh, and who else does that on Truth Social? Who else does that? Good old Fox News Channel. I wish Greg Gutfeld was on Fox News, by the way. I wish Greg Gutfeld was on Truth Social, by the way. My point to all that is this. We're all in it together. That sounds, that might sound lame or corny or weak. That's not. That's us uniting as a nation, being on the same team with each other, and believing that everything's going to work out for the good to those that love God, right? I'm not just saying this to blow smoke. I'm not just saying this to be, whoa, the sky is falling. But in some ways it is. So when you hear President Trump speak tonight on this Tuesday in New Hampshire, you'll hear him say things like, we are a failing nation. And dealing with the deep state and globalists and that kind of thing. But he'll also, make it light and fun and have a good time. And you know how he is when he does his speeches. I mean, they're super entertaining. You never know what he's going to say. So it's just awesome. That's great stuff. And glad to be here. So if you'd like to follow RSBN on Truth Social, go to @RSBN. And also, if you can, go to Rumble, and many of you are watching a Rumble, so in the live chat, if you'd like to give a shout out to Right Side Broadcasting Network, if you'd like to show the network some love, and for being able to provide you with live wall-to-wall coverage of speeches, pre-programs, commentary, interviews, accurate statistics from a perspective of a Judeo-Christian background. Go ahead and show Right Side Broadcasting some love on there. And also, if you'd like, on the live chat and maybe on some comments on some Right Side Broadcasting Network posts on Truth or on X, say which state you're watching from or what country you're watching from. I'll be honest, I'm watching some of the, as I'm behind the camera here, I'm seeing the crowd, but I also see a number of the mainstream media people that I've seen on national television before. And if I were watching on TV and I'd be listening to the things that they were saying, we know that most of the words that are being spoken hardly are ever the truth. Hardly ever. And I'm not someone that I'm not a radical. I'm not going to go and talk to I'm not going to say anything to anybody. I'm actually going to be friendly with all of the colleagues up here in the press, in the media. They're Americans just like I am. We just disagree big time. We disagree big time. And anyway, I just cannot believe the amount of hate that was being spewed by a number of people on MSNBC yesterday, calling out. Oh boy, I don't know if I want to go down this route right now, but at the end of the day, coming against white Christians in Iowa, what are you talking about? There are people that are white, black, brown, all walks of life that profess Jesus Christ and are Jewish or are whatever, faith. But at the end of the day, she called out white Christians, and I wonder if that's something that is coming up next in America, where people will be coming against not only Jews but also the Christian faith. I mean, I'll just say this, and I'll get off the topic, but if you look at the Bible in the New Testament and the Old Testament, right, a lot of truth. I mean, it's all true in my opinion, but it's happening in real time now. And it's happened in real time in spurts here and there. But right now, it's like, really, what's around the corner? What is going to happen to our country? So, anyway, we are here live right now in Atkinson, New Hampshire. Thanks so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And we're going to toss right now to an interview from yesterday in Iowa. I believe this was in the Trump War Room as we were waiting for President Trump to speak in Iowa last night. We had an exclusive interview with Right Side Broadcasting with Eric Trump. Here it is.
Have a few minutes here in the Trump War Room with Eric Trump himself. And I tell you what, I've been across the state with your father for about 22 times since 2023 started up until now. I'm seeing a huge groundswell of support. And I think tonight people in Iowa are going to show up.
Yeah, I really do too. I think people are incredibly thankful for everything he's done. People know exactly who he is, what he stands for, what he believes in. And, he's fought like hell for really all of them. Right? You see America that's in total demise right now, and it's sad, right? There's no family that loves this country more than we do. We fight every single day for it, but our economy's lacking, inflation's through the roof, prices on everything is going crazy. We just had a American tanker a couple minutes ago. You probably saw this, that just got hit by a missile over in the Middle East. Sitting there in flames. You see what happened in Israel. You see what happened in the Ukraine. We're funding senseless wars all over the place with hundreds of thousands of people dying. We've got a southern border that's an absolute wreck. Possibly 15 million people. We don't know who they are coming into our country. And, we've got real problems. People are getting crammed down. Inflation's outpacing wage growth. People in this country are finding it harder and harder and harder. And it's a mess. And last but not least, we no longer have a cheerleader for this country. We have an administration that barely shows up. And they really wanted Donald Trump back. The enthusiasm across the state's incredible. You literally drive around, you see Trump flags all over the place. You see Trump signs all over the place. You see barns that are painted, Make America Great Again 2024. This is serious effort to do that stuff. And I really think he's going to be rewarded.
I think so, too. When you look at the polls, he keeps going up and up. But one of the things that's really interesting, Eric, is that he's pulling independents into the Trump camp, typically people that were not engaged in politics perhaps back in 2020, but due to all of the things you just mentioned, they're now paying attention to who's running this country, and obviously independents are going towards President Trump.
Well, listen, I think so many independents are sick and tired of some of the issues that they're seeing, right? Which is, they're spending more time focusing on 6'5" men swimming in, women's collegiate sports than they are about, avoiding nuclear war, than, worrying about, economy that's faltering, interest rates on look at the interest rate on your home. These are quantitative things. These aren't kind of subjective, you can have two opinions on a certain matter. Look at the interest rate on your home. Look at the price you're paying for gas and heating oil and eggs and groceries and a 2x4 and, go down the list. People, again, are getting crammed down. Inflation is outpacing wage growth. People are making less and less money. It's more and more expensive to live. This isn't the America people, believed in. And, all the while, there's a total war against our Constitution, against our American flag, against our Pledge of Allegiance, against kind of the family structure in our nation. People just want to be left alone. People want to be able to go out and live the American dream. And it feels like that's fleeting so many people. Based on incompetent policies that were unnecessary.
Yeah. You mentioned the American dream, and President Trump often talks about getting back to the American dream. And I think his plan that he's laid out does just that. You touched on a second, and one of the things that I was in the Rayburn Congressional Room this past week in there for the contempt of Congress hearings, a markup hearing that they're in regards to Hunter Biden. You probably know Hunter Biden decided he would just abruptly show up, unscheduled, unannounced, to this markup hearing, and then bail whenever Representative Green started to question him. No one has probably spent more time behind subpoena and questioning than you. I think the American people are seeing how unfair it is that the Trump family is being weaponized or being attacked by our own government, and of course the Biden name supersedes all of that.
Yeah, and this is a family that if you ever take my laptop and go into it, you'd find beautiful pictures of my young 6-year-old and 4-year-old wrestling.
Sure.
Versus pictures of crack pipes and prostitution and all sorts of other kind of illicit things and shady deals all around the world, right? it is horrible. I think people do realize that there's two systems of justice in this country. If you're Hunter Biden, you get away with murder. If you're us, you get prosecuted to death. That's very, very sad. I mean, how many, if that was me or if that was Don, and we did that and we were in contempt of Congress, they would have arrested us before we left. We would have left the steps of the Capitol. Of course they wouldn't, but they don't do a damn thing to this kid. If we were selling, finger painting to Republican strategists and activists for $500,000 apiece, we'd be in jail, right? And guess what? They don't do a damn thing about that. If we lied on a federal firearms form of 4473, we would be in jail. I mean, they try and put us in jail for 1,000 times less, right? But he gets away with absolute murder. If my father's grandkids, reportedly, because you saw many of the stories, were getting checks from Romania or China,
the SARS reports
whoever the hell it
suggested all that.
In complicated, crazy business structures. I ask the question all the time. I just asked this to NBC a second ago. What product were they selling? Like, what we do? We have a website. We have hotels, we have golf courses,
you have wine.
Great wine. We've got office buildings, retail, other things. Like, what product are they selling? Like, where's Hunter's website? How do you make $10 million and you literally have an entity that doesn't even have a? It's insane. Everybody knows the answer to these questions. I mean, I'm being rhetorical in saying this, but. The reality is they've gotten away with absolute murder. And if that was Don, if that was myself, if that was Tiffany, if that was anybody in our family, we'd be in jail already. And again, the American people understand the dual system of justice, and they're upset by it.
But I think that's why some of these independents are going over. They see this. The American people are not dumb. Okay, I know you got to go because you're super busy here. I think tonight we're going to see a record broken. Not only is it will be the coldest caucus in Iowa history, but we will see President Trump beat the 12-point margin of victory that was set back years ago. Your thoughts on that?
I believe we will, too. Now, I do believe that no matter how much my father wins it by, I think they'll say it's never enough, right? If he got 60%, you're going to have the liberal media come out and say he should have gotten 70. If he gets 40, they're going to come out and say he should have gotten 50. I mean, it's never enough. They want to keep that horse race going. It benefits them, and they can't stand him. But I think we're going to have a beautiful night. I'm very proud of him. He's been the greatest father in the world I could have ever imagined. The fight he's had and what they've tried to do to him is almost unthinkable. But he's incredibly brave. He's got more backbone than any person I've ever met, and I think he's single-handedly the greatest president this country has ever had. And I think that's ultimately going to propel him to the real victory, which, as important as tonight is, at the end of the day, today doesn't matter if we don't win on November 5th, and that's what we all have to keep in the back of our mind, and that's why I hope we have a decisive victory tonight, get everybody else to drop out of the race, and really start taking the fight to Joe Biden or whoever they decide to put in that spot.
Yeah. We know the audience loves President Trump, and they love you and your family as well. Eric Trump joining us here in the War Room on a very busy night here in Iowa.
Welcome back. Any minute from now, the 45th president will take the stage to an eager New Hampshire crowd as they have waited for hours outside, now inside. At least, hey, guess what? Being inside on a northeast winter cold day, not as bad as Iowa, but definitely cold out there. Snowed about 3 to 4 inches of snow today. That's tapered off, but now comes in the extreme cold weather in the Granite State. But at the end of the day, these people there's still energy, a lot of energy. It's interesting when the speakers in the pre-program were delivering their speeches, you can tell there's a whole groundswell of new energy in 2024 because after a great win in Iowa, it just really kind of solidifies what we've seen in the polls, what we've seen on the ground with the people, what you've seen on social media, whether it's Truth Social or even X or on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I mean, with all of these stories that are being told that are on the right side of things, the truth of the matter. So the people will go wild here to see President Trump. And also, who will his VIP, not VP, but VIPs be once he takes the stage? We know that Vivek Ramaswamy will be in attendance tonight. Will he be on the stage talking about the president and America first? Who else will show up? We will see. You will see. We are just glad you are here, live in Atkinson, New Hampshire. About 24 hours from now, Right Side Broadcasting Network will go live from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, as we continue the first in the nation primary, which will be on the 23rd of this month. 7 days away, exactly 1 week from the primary in New Hampshire. What will the other candidates do? Will they stay in the race? Will they drop out? We will see that as well. It's a big week in news. It's a big week in politics. It's a big week for our country, as is every week. The president leading in the polls just like he was in Iowa. A considerable lead here in New Hampshire. You are watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like, go ahead and send this link to as many people as possible. As people are getting home or are home, maybe just had some dinner, why not watch what the president says? See who is on stage tonight with the president. If you'd like to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. My name is Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow me on Truth Social as well. We are looking forward to a fun crowd tonight. We'll see what the president says. Will he bring up any of the hate, let's be real, the hate speech that has been discussed on some of the mainstream networks last night? Will he talk about Agenda 47? Of course. He will talk about his policies. He will talk about what he can do to help bring our country together. He has a whole team. I just saw Carolyn Levitt. I saw Jason Miller. Last night, you saw a number of staff, his family, friends, join him for that victory speech in the Hawkeye State. Well, next up is right here. You're looking at it live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Go ahead, send it to as many people as possible. Those of you in the live chat, I know you're ready to hear the boss show up. And once again, as Carly Bonet says, the man, the myth, and the legend. You can feel the energy in the room right now, and it's not even one of those huge, arena rallies that Brian Glenn has reported live for so many of those. Christina Bobb, Vanessa Broussard, Jessica Rivera, and other ones as well. Myself, Matthew Alvarez. I mean, there's just a good energy right now in this room from the people of New Hampshire. Pretty exciting stuff. But other than being, excited about something, on the balanced other side of it, logically, here we go.
President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
If you think that it was easy to get here tonight, you are wrong. That was. In fact, the pilot said, "Sir, I think you might have to do it maybe another time." I said, "I'm not going to tell the people of New Hampshire I'm not going to be there tonight." This was a little bit rocky tonight, I will tell you, but I'm glad we made it. And that would have been a pretty big story, right, if we didn't make it. I mean, didn't make it. I'm thrilled to be back with the people of the great state of New Hampshire, with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. As you know, last night we had a record-setting evening in Iowa. What a great place that is, too. The largest margin of victory in GOP history. Is that good? Is that good? And the previous record, as you know, was 12 points, and we beat it by more than 30 points, so that was really something. That's a long year. That's a lot of years, so we were honored by it. They're really great people also. The whole country is great, frankly, and they want to see change. They want to see change. Because right now our country's not doing too well. We're laughed at all over the world. This is not going to happen for long, but I do worry about 10 more months with these people, because they can do a lot of damage. What they're doing to our country is very sad. We were the first candidate ever to get more than 52% of the vote. We now have our eyes on a very special place. You know what that place is? New Hampshire. And I know that New Hampshire will never let us down, just like in 2016. You remember that? We came in here and we won in a landslide. 2016. It's time for the Republican Party, however, to unify, come together, and move forward as one team. We have to beat crooked Joe Biden. We have to beat him. Our country is at stake, and we need to focus on all of our resources. We have to put them into energy and effort and defeating Biden and all of these radical left lunatics, what they're doing to our country. We can't let it happen. We cannot let it continue. We're going down, and we cannot let it continue. Last night, I was honored to receive the endorsement of a man who has become a true leader and earned the admiration of so many patriots. I've been a friend of his, even though we were competing against each other. But I was a friend of his, and we got along. And he was saying he's a great president. I kept saying, why is he running? He keeps calling me a great president. But he's a fantastic guy, a very smart guy. He's got some tremendous ideas. And he's young, and he's got some young ideas, too, and that's a good thing. So he has a big, beautiful, bright future ahead. Vivek Ramaswamy. Come on up, Vivek.
Let's do this, guys. It's good to see you. It's good to be back to New Hampshire. We miss you guys. We're going to make this happen, and you guys know this well. You know this man. You know why we're here. Patriots across the state. We are in the middle of a war in this country. That's what this is. It's not a war between black and white. It's not between Democrat and Republican, even in a deeper sense. It's between the permanent state and the everyday citizen. Between those of us who love the United States of America and a fringe minority who hates this country and what we stand for. And right now we need a commander-in-chief who will lead us to victory in this war. That's what we need in this country. You got to know you're in a war to win one. You can't win one if you're asleep at the switch, have your head stuck in the sand like most Republicans. And I think that's going to require somebody who isn't bought and paid for, a businessman, not a politician. Anybody heard of that? And that's why I was in this race, but I'll tell you, the people of Iowa spoke loud and clear last night, and I'm a big believer that we, the people, create a government that is accountable to us, not the other way around. That we, the people, choose who leads this country. And so we heard we, the people, last night, and that is why last evening I met my friend here. We met in person, and I told him that I would endorse Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, and do everything in my power to lead us to victory in this war. It is a 1776 moment right now. That's where we live right now. You want to know what does it mean to be a Republican today? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. Ideals like freedom and merit and the pursuit of excellence. That you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. And affirmative action and DEI. We are done with the nonsense. Send it back home. It means you believe in the rule of law. And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law, and that is why we need to use our military to secure our own southern border in this country. That's what it means to stand for the rule of law in the United States of America. It means the people we elect to run the government needs to be the ones who actually run the government, not the shadow government in the deep state that runs the show today. This man is going to get in there this time around and actually shut down that deep state. Not messing around this time anymore. That's how we win this war in this country. And the way we're actually going to do this in the long run and win this time around is with elections we need to secure in this country for the long run. You want to know what needs to happen in this country? Single-day voting on Election Day as a national holiday with paper ballots, government-issued ID to match the voter file, and English as the sole language that appears on a ballot. And I'm confident this man will be the one to get us there. And this is how we get our country back. Not black or white. It's deeper than that. These are the ideals of the American Revolution. And you know what? We do have some enemies that we need to defeat on the other side, but we have challenges to address in our own party right here at home. So you know what? If you want somebody who's going to foist onto you to use your social media account, you want to use a driver's license to do it, to have the right to use the internet, this man's not your man. There's another candidate in this race who'll do that for you. It's Nikki Haley. You want to cut Social Security, you want to cut Medicare, you want to cut veterans benefits so we can fork over more money to Ukraine so some kleptocrat can buy a bigger house? Vote for Nikki Haley, not this man right here. But if you want to actually put an agenda that puts Americans first, to say that the moral obligation of your leaders is to the citizens of this country, not another one, there's not a better choice left in this race than this man right here. And that is why I am asking you to do the right thing as New Hampshire and to vote for Donald J. Trump as your next president, because we're not working with a lot of time here. If our kids are in high school before we get this right, we don't have a country left. That's what it means. We've been celebrating our diversity and our differences for so long that we forgot all of the ways that we are the same as Americans, bound by that common set of ideals that set this country into motion. We believe those ideals still exist. This man is going to be your next president to revive them. E pluribus unum, from many one. And you know how we're doing it? We're doing it by speaking the truth at every step of the way. There are two genders in this country. Period. That is the truth. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear energy. Reverse racism is racism. An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children. The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government in the United States, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution is the strongest and greatest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is the truth. We fight for the truth. We stand up for the truth. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about. That is what we are going to revive to, yes, make America great again. Vote for this man right here in the New Hampshire primary. God bless you and your families, and may God bless our United States of America. Thank you, New Hampshire. It's good to see you guys. We're coming back and winning this in a landslide. We will not stop until we get this job done. Thank you all. God bless you and your families.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow, how was that? Pretty good, right? That was pretty good, and he's a fantastic guy, and he's really, he's got something that's very special because he started off with a Zippo, and he ended up very strong. He did a great job. I was actually surprised when he called because he was doing well, and it's an honor to have his endorsement. He's going to be working with us, and he'll be working with us for a long time. Thank you. And now for sort of the opposite, in my opinion. As you know, Nikki Haley, in particular, is counting on the Democrats and liberals to infiltrate your Republican primary. You know that. That's what's happening. You have a group of people coming in that are not Republicans, and it's artificially boosting her numbers here, although we're still leading her by a lot. You know, as you know, I watched her speech last night. I thought it was inappropriate. But because it's bad for Unity, it's bad for the party, what she said, but you'd almost think she won. She came in third, and she lost to not a particularly great candidate, obviously, as you've seen. She lost to somebody that beat her by about 2.5 points, Ron DeSanctimonious. So I'll tell you, we have these two people. We really got to get back onto Biden and beating the Democrats and not wasting a lot of time with these two. They're supported by some people that you don't want to have support. And the reason they're doing it, and I will tell you, so we had a very interesting thing. We were making the speech last night. It was called a victory speech. Yeah, please sit down. And everybody can see back there. That's a big crowd. This is a nice crowd of people. We're driving in the snow. You can't see three front. I mean, how you all got here. I said, will people show up? But they always show up, right? They always, because they love their country. But we were talking about her show and how corrupt the press is. And last night, it was amazing. NBC and CNN refused to air my victory speech. Think of it. Because they are crooked, they're dishonest, and frankly, they should have their licenses or whatever they have taken away. They put on Nikki Haley. She came in third, a distant third, a distant third. And they put on Ron DeSanctimonious, who came in a boring second. Now, we don't talk about him too much because over here he's polling at 4%, so we'll save him where he seems to go up, but we haven't found that place yet. He's gone down a lot. She's not doing particularly well, but she had one phony poll. She walks around with a poll saying she's up in Biden by 17. That poll is about 3 months old, and it's a fake poll. And from every other poll, she's just about down in every election. We're up every single poll for the last 2 months against crooked Joe Biden. But people behind Nikki Haley are pro-amnesty, they're pro-China, they're pro-open borders. These are the people that are backing her. They're pro-war. We don't want war. We got out of all the wars. We beat the hell out of ISIS. They're pro-Biden, frankly. And if she wins, Biden wins. And if Biden wins, New Hampshire cannot win. You're going to lose, and bad things happen. We had the greatest country in our history. 3 years ago, we had the best borders, we had the best economy, we had no inflation, we rebuilt our military, we gave you the biggest tax cuts in history, the biggest regulation cuts in history. Nobody's done what we've done, and especially, frankly, for this state. If you want a nominee who is endorsed by all the rhinos, globalists, and demented never-Trumpers, they're a dying breed, I will say, like a guy like Rhino Paul Ryan, he was so bad for us. Liberal Larry Hogan, that's another beauty. Open borders, Rhino Charles Koch. Charles Koch, he spends a lot of his inherited money on elections, but not so much. But he has been giving Nikki a lot. He wants open borders. He's pro-China. He's not pro-U.S. And crooked Joe Biden's biggest donors, then Nikki Haley is your candidate. If you want that, we need strong borders. We need free and fair elections. And if you don't have those two things, and I'd love to add in, we need an honest media, because we don't have an honest media. The Democrats are supporting her because she's easy to beat. You know, the Democrats are funding most of her campaign, and they're doing it because they want to run against, they don't want any more of Trump. How did they do in 2016? And then we did even better in 2020, a lot better. Millions and millions of more votes. They don't want us. They want her. They're really, she's probably their first choice, and Ron DeSanctimonious is their second choice. And I'm their last choice. And, but they're a party of disinformation. They see we're leading. Rasmussen just came out. Did you see that? Rasmussen, highly respected. They just announced that the nomination for the Republican Party is over. They just said it's over, that Trump won. Now, I don't know how they can do that quiet. But I guess they looked last night, and they looked at all of the different states. We're beating her by, many, many, many points in South Carolina. She's the governor of South Carolina, and she's losing by 50 points. That's not a good sign. And very shortly, we go out to Nevada. We're beating her by about 90 points. So we're beating everybody, and we're beating maybe more importantly, although we have to get there, but more importantly, we're beating crooked Joe Biden in every poll. We're beating him by 11 points in Michigan. We're beating him in We're beating him all over. I mean, we're beating him in Pennsylvania. We're beating him in South Carolina. Every poll that they take. And by the way, we're beating him very big in a place called New Hampshire. Have you ever heard of it? Have you heard of it? If you want to defend your honor and if you want to defeat the radical left Democrats and save America, you must vote for your favorite president of all time, Donald J. Trump. That's me. The only way to stop the Biden lunatics and radical leftists is they're trying to cancel out your votes. They want to cancel out your votes. That's what they're doing with Haley. They love Haley because they're going to load it up with Democrats. They're not going to win anyway. They're not going to win anyway. They're not even close. But they're going to load it up with Democrats and independents. And that's not what the Republican Party is about. We love Democrats that want to vote for us, and we love independents especially that want to vote for us. But it's not what the party is about. But you have to go in big numbers on January 23rd. That's Tuesday, next week, January 23rd. I spent so much time talking about this because we had these tremendous polls, just like we do here in Iowa. And I'd say, please, it's very important. We have to keep our eye on the ball in November, and we're sending a signal. So even if you don't believe the polls, or even if you think we're 1 point down, we're not. We're like 30 points up. But don't believe me. You have to get out and you have to vote. I joked the other night. I got a little heat for it. I said, listen, darling, you're not feeling well, but I don't care. You have to get up. We have to vote. We have to. But I'm not feeling well. It doesn't make any difference. You have to vote. And I went a step further. I said, even if it means the ultimate, you got to vote. Because we've got to save our country. All the information you need is available at nh.donaldjtrump.com. Everything's available. So we do have to create the margins. We're going to be in great shape in terms of winning, but the margins, and I think that's why we got, I guess, 52%. They said it would be almost impossible to get over 40, and we got 52% last night, which is great. Biggest margin in history. Biggest margin, by a lot, the biggest margin in history. With your help, 1 week from now, we're going to win the New Hampshire primary, and then we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden. He's a crooked guy. He's the worst president in the history of our country. He's the most corrupt president in the history of our country. And frankly, he's the most incompetent president. You're going to end up in World War III with this guy. But we're going to take back our country, and we are going to what? Make America great again. One of the most important questions is, and I'm having to answer it all the time, it's the candidate. What candidate can rescue the American economy and save the American dream? You know, you don't hear. When was the last time you heard the phrase American dream? You know, you used to hear it all the time. Well, you hear it with me, and you heard it 4 years ago, 3 years ago, but you haven't heard that term in a long time because there is no American dream. It's survival now, and it's embarrassment. And you take a look at what they did with Afghanistan. The most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. 13 soldiers dead. We left hundreds of people there that should have been brought out. They're hostages. And we left $85 billion worth of the best military equipment in the world. And they're now one of the largest sellers of military equipment. They don't need 700,000. Think of it. 700,000 rifles and guns. 700,000. They sell them. They make a fortune. We left them there. 70,000 vehicles, many of them armor-plated, costing millions of dollars, millions and millions of dollars. We left all of this there. We are like a country run by fools. We're run by fools, and we're going to take it back, and we're going to take it back quickly and methodically. We're going to win that election. We're going to go back into the White House, and we're going to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to strengthen up our border like we used to have it. Remember, we had the safest border in history 3 years ago, and now we have the worst border probably in the history of the world. There's never been a border for any country, third world, banana republic. There's never been a border like this. There's never been. We're millions, and we'll fix it, and we'll fix it very fast. You know, all Biden had to do, you know, when he goes to the beach, because he's got consultants. We all have consultants, right? And they say, you look great in a bathing suit, Joe. And why did you go? And so, I mean, I've never seen a guy go to the beach so much, right? And he has a hard time walking in the sand because that's, sand is heavy. And he has an even harder time lifting one of those aluminum chairs that are meant for a child to lift, right? Yeah. He can't lift it. And if he would have just gone to the beach and left our border alone, we had the most secure border. All he had to do is leave it alone. We had the best people. The Border Patrol are incredible. ICE are incredible. All of the law enforcement is incredible. We love our law enforcement. By the way, we are going to get immunity for our law enforcement so they can't get sued. In many places, I don't think here, but in many places, law enforcement gets sued and they say, go out, get your own lawyer. We're not going to represent you. Can you believe it? What they do to our law enforcement, well, we're going to give them immunity. We're going to grant them immunity. We're going to take care of their problem. Under the Trump administration, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world, with record low unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans. By the way, have you seen our poll numbers with African Americans and with Hispanic Americans? Oh, we're going to have, like last night was quite a surprise. That's why they couldn't put us on. NBC couldn't do it because the margins were so crazy. But I'm not that surprised because I see it. I feel it. We did great in 2016. We won. We did much better in 2020. But there is much more enthusiasm now than there was even in 2020 or 2016. Like, not even close. But we did better with everything, and we're doing better with women, with Asian Americans, with kids with MIT diplomas. Of course, that gets hurt a little bit now. MIT's been a little injured with the three people, Harvard, Penn, went to Penn, and you take a look at MIT, they got badly injured. My uncle was a professor at MIT for 40 years, Dr. John Trump. He's the longest-serving professor in the history of the school. And he's up in heaven now looking down on us and saying, that's a beautiful place that he's speaking at with very beautiful people. But, he would be very embarrassed if he saw what was going on with MIT and all of the places. But whether you had a diploma from MIT or any of the great schools, or whether you didn't have a high school diploma, we had the best numbers in every single category that we've ever had. And we're going to bring it back there, and we're going to bring it back fast. It's going to happen very quickly. The lowest poverty rates, record high incomes, all of these things are what we had. We increased the typical American family's take-home pay by an astounding record-setting $6,000 a year, and they lowered it by $5,000 a year. Think of that. They lowered it. So you add those two, that's a lot. That's a lot. I passed the largest tax cuts and regulation reforms in history. We did the largest regulation cuts in history. We did the biggest tax cuts by far in history. And, they're coming due fairly soon, and the Democrats don't want to do it. That would give you the largest tax hike in the history of our country. Congratulations. Nobody cares about that, do you? Do you mind paying 50% more tax? Because get used to it. If they win, and I don't think they will, I don't see how they can. How can you win when you have open borders, when you have high interest rates, when you can't get a house anymore, you can't buy a house, your education stinks, everything's woke, that's all they talk about. They go after their political opponents with the DOJ and the FBI, that's me, they go after me. I got so many court cases. I've been indicted more than Alphonse Capone. You know who Alphonse? Greatest gangster of all time. He was the #1 of all time, Scarface. Did anybody ever hear? He was a lovely man. If he had dinner, if he took you out to dinner, had dinner with you, and he didn't like the tone of your voice, you were killed, you were guaranteed. I got indicted more than he did, sir. But they're bullshit indictments, I'll tell you. They're Biden. You know what I call them? I call them, they're Biden indictments. No, they've weaponized the DOJ. They go after their political opponent. Now, in this particular case, didn't work out so well. So our polls are at record numbers. Like last night, we won in the history of Iowa. Nobody's ever come close to getting the kind of numbers I got. If I didn't get indicted all these times, and if they didn't unfairly go after, I would have won, but it would have been much closer, I tell you. I don't know if I would have made the trade. I might have just like the position we're in right now, and we're doing very well on that score. Did you see Fannie? Fannie from Atlanta. She paid her boyfriend, a lawyer who had no experience as a lawyer and no experience doing what? Almost $1 million. And then they decided to go on beautiful Norwegian cruise lines, trips all over the place. He was a very generous person with our money. And he was the guy coming after me. Can you believe it? And they're all, every one of these people. These are corrupt people. These are corrupt. And you know what? Forget about me. They indicted 18 fine people, 18 people like you, in some cases elderly. They signed a slate, just like Thomas Jefferson did slates. They go slates, just like they did to me in 2016. They wanted a slate for Alabama that I won by 45 points. Okay, they said maybe he didn't win Alabama, but I won by 45 points. They could have picked something that was a little bit closer. But they go after people, and they want to destroy people, and they're evil. And we're putting an end to it, and we're putting an end to it fast. Because you can't have that happen. You can't have that happen in this country. And most importantly, under Joe Biden, our country is dying. I mean, our country is in serious trouble. And I stand before you today as the only candidate who is up to the task of saving America from every single Biden disaster. And they're only disasters. What has he done good? Everything. I mean, think of it. You had no inflation. You had nothing. Israel would have never been attacked. Ukraine would have never been attacked. I know Putin very well. There was no way he was going to do it. You know, one of the reasons he did it is Biden, drove oil prices up so high. Makes his money with oil. He was making a fortune. He had plenty of money to prosecute it. But even without that, because ours was much lower, we had $1.87. Does that sound good? $1.87. But they would have never done it. Israel would have never happened. You see what's going on with Taiwan. China wants to go in there. He would have never done it. President Xi of China, strong man. He would have never, ever done it. Just watch as soon as it becomes clear on election night that we've defeated crooked Joe Biden, you will see your 401k soar, and you already see it. Every time we have a good poll, or every time we have a night like we did last night, was that exciting, by the way? That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. By the way, you think you have cold weather out tonight? That was 40 degrees below zero. If you had, like, I said, don't worry about it, we're in a car. Oh, really? If you had to walk like 15 feet from the car to the door, it was a very, very troubling experience. Your net worth will skyrocket as soon as we come in or as soon as it's known that we came in. You know, last time when we won the election, everything went up, and they got the credit for it. They said, no, you have to go from the election. Don't go from January 20th. But everything went up except the gasoline. The gasoline went down. The gasoline, we brought energy down to a level that you haven't seen in many years. And, you know, in New England overall, but New Hampshire in particular, you have the highest energy prices anywhere in the United States. I hope you know that, right? We're going to bring your energy prices down in half. We're going to bring them down in half. And it would be nice if your governor would help, because that's something he could do. You know, that's something. It would be nice if he would help. You know, you do know he ran for president. He just didn't have the courage to say, I'm running for president. He was all over the place for months, running. And then after he got his highest number, about 2%, he decided to announce that he's not running. But he didn't announce that he's running. He ran without announcement. And honestly, that's not the way to do it. That's not the way. But you have the highest energy prices, this area, in the entire country. We're going to cut your energy by at least half, and it'll be done in the first year. You watch. First year. The next Trump economic boom will begin on November 5th, 2024. That will be an economic boom. And, you know, the only thing that they have now is a stock market that's going up, and it's only going up because people think we're going to win the election. I don't know if you saw yesterday, I felt very badly for them. China had a crash yesterday in their stock market. You know why? Because I won Iowa. So when people, it's true, it crashed. So when people say, oh, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, and literally as soon as those numbers started coming in yesterday, they had a crash, one of the worst numbers that they've had in years, But what that's telling you, and I'm not knocking them because I get along great with President Xi, and I love China. I love everybody, but they can't take advantage of us. But, you know, it tells you better than anybody with the words and all the words and talk, and that tells you what it's about. If I get in, they know it's not going to be so good for them. And we want it to be good for us because for years they've taken advantage of us. They've taken big advantage. But during my 4 years, it was a whole different thing. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. I actually took in 28. We have some farmers here, but I just left the place. We got a lot of farmers, and that's one of the reasons I won. In fact, my people said, "Sir, don't be so confident about Iowa, please. It doesn't sound good." I said, "I got them $28 billion for the farmers from China. Of course I'm going to be confident." I went into rooms. I said, "There's no way you're voting against. I got you 28. I said, "Do you think Biden, when he's sleeping, he's turning and twisting and sweating in bed, thinking about how to get his farmers taken care of and how to..." He just goes out like a light. Me, I twist and turn thinking about how we're going to make our country rich as hell again. It's actually true. You know. Too bad, but it is true. Starting on day one of my new administration, I will quickly end Joe Biden's inflation catastrophe by stopping his wasteful spending, terminating his Green New Scam. You know, it's a Green New Scam. It's not a Green New Deal. It's called the Green New Scam. And tapping the liquid gold. So we have more wealth under our feet than any other country, but we don't use it. We're now getting oil. It's not even oil, it's tar. We'll drill, baby, drill is right. It's tar from Venezuela. We get tar from Venezuela. You know where we refine it? In Houston, Texas. And so if you're a believer in everything spewing, and I believe that, we all believe that, but if you're a believer, we are refining it. It's the only refinery that can do the Venezuelan tar, because it's a lot of tar. We have light, sweet, crude. We have the best oil. We have the most oil, and we don't use it. And by the way, you could use a little, because you know, when we turn on the tap, you are actually going to go down at numbers that you've never seen before. And you started seeing that 3 years ago. You were at a low number. Now you're at a number that's very, very embarrassing for this country to have. But you are the worst of all. You're the highest energy in the whole country. So you can't vote for the Democrats and you can't vote for DeSanctimonious, but he's only at 4% or 5%. What the hell happened to him, by the way? Man, did he go down. Ron DeSanctimonious, did he go down like a... I don't even want to talk about him because I don't want to waste it. I do want to talk about Nikki because this perception that she's gone up. But I worked with her for a long time and she was okay. Not great. She was not great. She's not tough enough to deal with these people. I will tell you that. She's not tough enough. While Joe Biden is pushing the largest tax hike in American history, you know, he wants to quadruple your taxes, I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent, and we will deliver more tax cuts, tax credits, regulation cuts for New Hampshire workers and family than any other. We were going to, just before COVID came in, we were going to drill like we've never drilled, and we were doing that. And we were in fourth place, then we were in third, second, first. And if you look at a chart, you'll see Saudi Arabia, you'll see Russia a little bit below that. You'll see a couple of others sneak in. I mean, they're pretty good. But all of a sudden, you look at this chart where we're like this, like, oi, and then I get in, and it goes, psh. We were doing much more than they were doing. But when I left, which was ridiculous that we had to leave, but we had to leave. We have to follow the laws of our land. But what a ridiculous... Isn't it amazing? They don't investigate the people that cheated in the election. They investigate the people that understand they cheated and go after them. But they don't investigate the people that cheated like hell. We have to have fair and free elections. We have to. Nikki Haley supported a brutal 23% national sales tax, which is a disaster, by the way, why she did it. And that's why some people call her the Nikki New tax. I don't think that's particularly good, but she did support. She wants a 23% national sales tax, and Ron DeSantis wants that also. He wants it to be 23. I think that makes them unelectable. I think if you have a 23% tax like that, I think it makes them unelectable. And there's other reasons they're unelectable, but I can tell you the greatest people in the world at misinformation and disinformation are the radical left crazy Democrats. If they think they're going to have an easy time with somebody, they'll say, oh, we don't want to run against them, they're so good. If they think they're going to get their ass kicked by somebody, they say, that's the one, we want to run against Trump. We want to run against. How did they do the last 2 times? It was not good for them. So we're going to take this country, we're going to turn it around, we're going to make it better than ever before, greater than ever before. The radical Democrats are looking to literally destroy our country. And sometimes you wonder, think of it, open borders, people coming in from prisons, from jails. There's a slight difference. Do you know what the difference between a prison and a jail is? Not enough to talk about. Let's put it this way. Not enough to talk about, but they're coming in from prisons and jails. They're coming in from mental institutions and insane asylums. Insane asylum, that's a step beyond. That's Silence of the Lambs. That's Hannibal Lecter. Did you ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? They're being dropped into our country. Hannibal Lecter is coming in, lots of them. They're closing up insane asylums all over the world, not just in South America. They're closing them up all over the world, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, in the Middle East. We're bombing Yemen. We have a guy who's in charge of our war. I read about it today. He's using a laptop from his hospital bed. They couldn't find him, Secretary of Defense. And he's running the war with a laptop like a child would do, you know, like a child plays with a laptop. And these are the same people that ran Afghanistan into the ground. You know, I was taking everybody out of Afghanistan, but we're doing it with strength and we're doing it with dignity. We were coming out and they were afraid of us and they weren't doing anything. I spoke to Abdul, you know Abdul, the leader of the Taliban, and we had a rough conversation. And after that conversation, not one American soldier was killed for 18 months, and then you had that disaster by Biden where they took the military out first. No, you take the military out last. You get your people out first. You get your equipment out, and then you come out. But they took the military out first. We have those same people telling us about wars in the Middle East. You don't need wars because, you know, we built the strongest military in the world. We defeated, as you know, ISIS, 100% of the caliphate. Soleimani gone. Al-Baghdadi gone, all of the big terrorists gone. We created a safe nation. We didn't have one terrorist attack in 4 years. I never said that during my 4 years because I say, I don't want to have it, and then the next day we have an attack. But we didn't have one terrorist attack. Iran was broke. I told China, I told all of the countries, anybody that does business with Iran buying oil, because they are really the purveyor of cash, but the purveyor of terror. They would give billions and billions of dollars out to Hamas, to Hezbollah, billions and billions. They say anybody that does business with Iran, you're not doing business with the United States. Plus, we're going to put a tariff of 100% on all your goods that you send in. And everybody, including China, said, well, I guess we're not doing business with them. And they were broke. A congressman, well-known Democrat congressman, 2 weeks ago was on I believe it was Deface the Nation. Did anybody ever hear of Deface? Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump on Deface the Nation. It is defaced today because they're dishonest, so they deface the nation, right? Or meet the fake press. But they were on Deface the Nation, and he said, you know, whether we like it or not, Iran was broke. They were broke. He used that term under the Trump administration. They couldn't do anything. They had no money. They had to survive. And we would have made it possible for them. All I wanted them to do is not have a nuclear weapon. Now they're 38 days away from having a nuclear weapon, and these guys don't know what to do because they're incompetent. Our leaders are incompetent. They're incompetent fools. They're 38 days away, they say, from having a nuclear weapon. Once they have a nuclear weapon, negotiation is going to be a whole different thing. I was able to do a great job with Kim Jongun. You might have heard of him. I used to call him Little Rocket Man, but he became somebody that we actually got along with very well. He'd love to see me back. We had a very good relationship. When the press hears I have a relationship with Kim Jong-un or any of them, they say, that's terrible. No, it's not terrible. It's called smart. You have a relationship. You would have had a nuclear war if Hillary Clinton got it. You know? You would have had a nuclear war if Hillary Clinton got in. But we're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around fast. You don't have to get into these wars. Look at what's happened in Ukraine. Place has been decimated. Many more people are killed than you read about. You know, they'll knock down an apartment. You see the size of those buildings? They're long. They're like 3 blocks long. They'll knock it down. They'll say 2 people were injured slightly. No. Many people were killed. The real numbers will come out, and you're going to see many more people are killed in Ukraine than anybody thought even possible. The numbers are massive. And the cities are just being flattened. They're being leveled. Buildings, you know, it's their culture, the magnificent golden towers going up that are 1,000 years old, and all this stuff is just being leveled to the ground. It's so sad to see. This never would have happened if I were the president, and everybody knows it. And it didn't happen, you know. People say, well, how do we know? Well, it didn't happen. For 4 years, it didn't happen. And Putin and I got along very well. It would have never, ever happened. I talked about it. That was the apple of his eye. There's no question about it. I said, don't do it, Vladimir. Don't do it. We had some good talks, I will tell you. But he wouldn't have done it. And likewise, they would have never done the attack on Israel because they didn't have the money to do it. And they knew that there would have been a very big attack back. And it would have never happened. What they did on October 7th, what they did was unthinkable, so horrible. But it would have never happened. All of these things would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened because oil caused inflation. Energy caused inflation. Energy is so big. If you make donuts, you need it for the stoves, for the trucks. You need it to distribute. You need every business. There's not a business that doesn't need energy, and most of the energy is oil. And what they did with the oil was so bad. It's just so bad, and that caused the inflation. Now it's you look at the price as an example of bacon, up 5 times. What does 5 times mean? I looked at it the other day, but our food prices are up 45 and 50%. Our energy's up 50%. Everything's up to a level that even if you are doing well, you're losing. You're way, way behind the 8 ball. Well, we're going to all bring it back for you. It's not going to be complicated, and it's going to go very fast. So I'm the only candidate who can withstand the vicious media smear machine. It's a vicious group of people back there. And the dirty tricks that the Democrats have in store. Because remember, if I wasn't running, they'll do the same thing to whoever it is that is running, and you watch, they'll wilt like little babies. They're going to wilt like a beautiful rose. You watch, there's nobody else could take this crap, I want to tell you. There's nobody else could take it. Just think of the field day crooked Joe Biden and his media protectors would have. And they are protectors. They protect him. I mean, you see things that are so bad. I mean, he can't walk off a stage. He's looking for the stairs. Where am I? Where am I? This guy's negotiating nuclear with Putin. Where am I? They all grab, you know, you ever see they set, Secret Service, by the way, is great. They run up on the stage to grab him because they're afraid he's going to fall off the front of the stage. No, there's stairs all over. We got 3 of them here. One there, one there, one there, right? And he doesn't know that. And his speeches are not exactly good. They're very short, you know, because you run out of octane, you know. You run out. You ever notice he starts off, hurrah, MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. We're going to get MAGA. By the end of the speech, he's like, oh. They say, get him off the stage. He needs another. Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to the cocaine? Whatever happened to whatever the hell it was that they had in the White House a couple of months? That was a strange event. That was a strange. No, we're laughed at all over the world. We're laughed at. You know, look, I know the leaders of the world. I know them very well. Got along with most of them. The tougher they were, the better I got along. I don't know what that is. That's maybe something a little sad. But I got along with the toughest ones. Maybe that's the best thing. But the ones that were weak and ineffective, I didn't actually get along with them as well. But they understood. But, you know, when you look at what we have here, can you imagine what they think when this guy walks into their office and he can't put 2 sentences together? And these guys are at the top of their game. They're all at the top of their game. And we have a guy that 30 years ago really wasn't very good. But now he's really bad. Now he's really bad. Just ask Ted Kennedy. Good old Ted Kennedy told me a long time ago, I was friends with him in Palm Beach. I said, Ted, let me ask you a question. Who's the smartest guy in the Senate? And he gave me an answer. I won't tell you who it was because I can't stand the guy, okay? I said, who's the dumbest? I got along with him because I did him a big favor in Palm Beach. They had a house, the Kennedy compound, a very rich family in Palm Beach. And I did him something. It was a very nice favor, very, very nice. And for some reason, he never forgot it. He liked it. I liked him. He was slightly left of me, like by about 200 degrees. But he was a great guy, an entertaining guy. I said, so who's the dumbest? Who's the dumbest guy in the Senate? And he goes like, probably Joe. I said, who's Joe? He said, Joe Biden. He doesn't understand anything that's complex, like taxes, although he does understand, if you think about it, he does understand something about finance because a lot of money pours into his account. But he said, probably Joe, and I always remember that. That was a long time ago, 20, 25 years ago, long prior to his death, actually. But he said, probably Joe. Who's Joe? Joe Biden. So this is what we have, and now he's our president. And now he's our president at a reduced level, okay, at a reduced level. We're dealing with the most complex and most powerful weapons in the world. And we have a man that has no idea what he's doing. And you'll end up in World War III. I'm the only one that can promise you that we will not end up in World War III. There's not going to be world wars, not with me. There's not going to be world wars. And we do that through strength, not through weakness. So what I want to do is I want to just tell you, it's very simple. We have to get out. We have to take back our country. We have a country that's in such bad shape. We have to take it back. Nikki Haley is a disaster. She worked for me for a long time. I mean, I know it very well. I actually put her there for a different reason. I shouldn't say this, but you had a lieutenant governor named Henry McMaster who was fantastic. I figured if I took her out of South Carolina governorship, put her someplace, any place, I put her someplace, then Henry McMaster, who was my friend and who's turned out to be a great governor in South Carolina, Henry McMaster would become the governor. So I moved her to the United Nations. And honestly, she was not a good negotiator. She was not a good negotiator. Now she likes to talk about when I negotiated with China. I negotiated with China. I did all of it. We got in hundreds of billions of dollars, and I did it. And, she has a hit on Social Security. She wants to raise the age very substantially. You don't need that. We don't want to do that. And we have that liquid gold. We don't have to do that to our seniors. You earned it. You're right. Who said that? That's a good point. You earned it. You did earn it. And you don't need that. And the same thing with Medicare. They want to obliterate it. We're not going to do that. So I say this. Get out and vote. And make sure we win by big margins. The bigger the margin, the bigger the mandate that we have, the stronger we're going to be. And I mean strong, not just for the next state, because the next state is Nevada, and we're leading by 90 points. So I mean, unless you had a catastrophic event, I think that's in good shape. And then we go to South Carolina, we're leading by a lot. And then we're leading by everything, by everywhere you go. But I'm talking about November. We have to win. Let's send the word to the other side. They're very destructive. Remember this, and I say it all the time. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country, they will not have done the damage that crooked Joe Biden and this corrupt administration have done to the United States of America. So we want to send a strong signal. So even though we're leading by a lot, you have to go out and vote. You just have to do it. If it's cold, if it's hot, I don't care what the hell it is, you have to go out and vote, okay? And just don't sit back. The one thing, and they really did it in every speech, I started up by saying, look, we're leading by a lot, but you must go out and vote. Don't sit home and say, well, you know what, I love the president, but he's going to win by so much, because we have to show big margins. We have to show margins like never before, which is what happened last night. We have to show margins like never before, because we have to take back our country. And if we don't take back our country, we're not going to have a country. I love your state. There's never been a better president for your state. Your businesses were thriving. And frankly, anything they have right now, and it's not very good, is running on the fumes of what I did, what my administration did, but what I did. So we're going to get your gas prices down. We're going to get your taxes down and extended. They're going to, if they let the Trump's tax cuts, the biggest in history, if they let that float and go back, your taxes are going to quadruple. It's going to quadruple. We can't let it happen. So we have to win in November. But let's just start with your vote next week, Tuesday. You have to go out, you have to vote, and you have to give us those margins. And I want to thank you, though, because I said at the beginning, remember, that in 2016 I came here, and you gave me a vote of confidence like nobody could have ever given anybody. We won by massive numbers, and it was an amazing thing. It was a great vote of confidence. And don't forget, I never did this stuff before, right? Now I did it. I know everybody, and I know the weak ones, the stupid ones, the brilliant ones. I know them all. I know the best ones. I went there. I said, how's this guy? I had to rely on rhinos to give me advice. I don't like that kind of advice. And we had great people. Look, we rebuilt our military. Think of all the things we did. Even right to try, medical. So for years and years, they wanted to get right to try, what's called right to try, meaning to try a medicine or a cure for a disease. The problem was nobody wanted it. The country didn't want it because of liability. Doctors didn't want it. The insurance companies didn't want it. And the pharmaceutical companies. But we have the best labs in the world. And people are dying, and we thought that maybe we'll do something. And, they'd come to me and say, we can't do it because if we do it, and if they get injured because of the medicine or whatever it is that they're going to be doing or taking, we'll have a liability. I said, these people are terminally ill. They're not going to get injured. They're dying. They're going to be dead in a fairly short period of time. They will sign something. And I got everybody in a room. I did it. I got everybody in a room, and I got the insurance companies to agree. Got everybody with the insurance companies and the labs. I said, we're not going to count it on your numbers. Well, it was a separate set. They didn't want to take people that were terminally ill because they didn't want accounting. It doesn't make their product look good. I said, but look at it a different way. Think if it works, then you got to save all these people. And that's what happened. And so we have saved thousands and thousands of lives with right to try. And that had to get passed by Congress. We had to get that through Congress. So I just want to say, we love you. I'll be back here for a lot because we want to win this. We want to win this state. We want to win this state. And now I'm going to go out and brave that cold weather, and I'm going to get back to that airplane. And then I'm going to go back to New York tonight, and then I'm going to go to one of these phony cases tonight where we have tomorrow morning early, nice and early. You know what I do? Here's my schedule for the next 4 or 5 days. I come here. I meet with great groups in New Hampshire. I then get on a plane late at night when it's snowing and freezing out. Wonderful. And the pilots say, sir, it's going to be tough. And I get there early in the morning. I go to a Biden witch hunt. And then I come here in the afternoon and I stop and we make speeches and we get your votes and all that stuff. But nobody's ever had to do this before. These people are disgraceful. They're a disgrace to our country. I want to just leave this. We are going to win on Tuesday at a level that maybe could even be bigger than what we just did last night in Iowa. And the greatest expression of all time, I think the greatest slogan, whatever you want to call it, it's called Make America Great Again. It's called MAGA. It's the greatest of all time. We are going to put America first, and we are going to make America great again. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
A great speech by President Donald J. Trump here in Atkinson, New Hampshire. As you saw there at the end of his speech, He was very authentic and real, genuine, talking about his schedule back and forth between New York, possibly D.C., and here in New Hampshire. This is stop number 1 in New Hampshire for this campaign season for the primary, which is 7 days away. He will be in Portsmouth, New Hampshire tomorrow for a speech as well. Right Side Broadcasting will be live there for you for that coverage as well. I want to thank you guys so much for watching here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Before we go, we have some great sponsors and partnerships with the following organizations and companies that are wonderful because they are Patriot First, America First companies, including Birch Gold Group. All you got to do, text Trump to 9898. Obviously, a number of countries are trying to devalue the U.S. dollar, but have a backup plan with Birch Gold Group. Once again, text Trump to 9998. Also, the tax network, the USA Tax Network. If you're dealing with a few tax issues, you see the information right there on your screen. Go ahead and reach out to them. They'll help you along that process. Obviously, something that's needed if you're dealing with a few tax issues. Get those things cleaned up and cleared out so you can go to your next level of financial freedom. The wellness company as well. The emergency kit. It's a wonderful kit that has a number of items in it, whether it's ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, and a number of other items. No matter what happens in the future, it's good to have an emergency kit in your back pocket, and that will be with the wellness company. Mike Lindell, the great patriot with My Pillow and the My Store. He has awesome products. Dealing with a lot still, but he's the real deal, as you know, just like President Trump and just like many people that are in Washington when it comes to MTG, Matt Gaetz, and others. He is dealing with a lot, so why don't you help him out? Buy some of his products. Get some new slippers, even if you have a few pair. I have one pair. I have to get some new ones as well. I just like to have new things once in a while, right? So that's Mike Lindell. And use that RSBN promo code. Speaking of Right Side Broadcasting Network, the newsletter, all you got to do, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Get wonderful, amazing information into your email inbox. And that will be some exclusive coverage as well. Finally, RSBN also, we do accept donations. If you have a few extra bucks, help the process out. It would be great. Obviously, we don't have huge corporations backing us, but we have great partnerships and sponsorships, and you, the viewer, that will help continue what started in 2015 to now 2024 and beyond. rsbnetwork.com/donate. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. We'll be in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I'm Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow on Truth Social, thank you so much, America, for watching. We'll see you tomorrow night.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition My Pillow. The Giza Elegance My Pillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got My Pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because My Pillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary My Pillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from My Pillow. Towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.